Hi, Madam Chair, we're ready.
Good morning, honorable colleagues of the Resources and Development Committee, and good morning to Legislative Services staff, and good morning to colleagues that are present here in the conference room at Navajo Nation Land Department, and to listeners on the call. Good morning. Good morning. And also, like to acknowledge, as always, Navajo Nation Land Department for allowing Resources and Development Committee to utilize the conference room. I really do appreciate it. So with that, I'd like to call the meeting to order at 10:02 a.m. And if Mr. Tahi, you can please take a roll call vote, or Ms. Sophie.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Navajo Council's regular meeting Wednesday, August 30th, 2023, 10 a.m. Roll call. Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna Anclaw.
Shauna Anclaw present.
Honorable Shauna Anclaw is present. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Otto Sell. Madam Chair, there's 4 members available, which constitutes the quorum for this regular meeting. Back to you, Madam Chair.
So with that, I appreciate the roll call and going on to invocation. Citizen Kodobe Hikato Nukati was Vice Chair Ashona. Invocation.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, we'll go ahead and bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning to thank you for all your blessings and all your moisture and the rain, and for all the planning and the strategic work sessions and all these meetings we've been having to help our connect communities to progress and how to help us to improve the system, that is upon us, and that we find ways to work through these processes and to simplify it, and that we all come together for a solution, progress, and to be efficient in our daily tasks and our daily achievements. I want to thank you. You continue to watch over us each and every day, our families, as we travel to and from, and continue to bless our communities. All these things in the name of Jesus Christ tonight.
Amen. Yeah. Thank you, Vice Chair. Announcement. Rodney, do you have any announcements?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, announcement is that the Navajo State Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council will have a comprehensive special meeting budget that is scheduled for Friday, September 1st, 2023 at 9 a.m. and will be held at the Navajo Nation Council Chambers. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is my announcement.
And members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any announcements? Just going on to item 2 on the proposed agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials. I'd like to go ahead and allow members of Resources and Development Committee to introduce themselves here this morning. Kodoshi Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. We got, donuts and fruit and water and coffee. Thank the legislative staff, advisor, and for providing that. So, the RDC Vice Chair, Casey Allen Johnson, my day she's in the Smith, Hashkan Hazol, Bashishi, Hana, Nidish, Timothy Nidish, Nella, Ego de Nanish, that's a baby, and that's Shah. Just want to say good morning and thank you for being here, and let's have a productive meeting today.
Shri Shaha, Vice Chair, and next, Shadeja Honorable Claw.
Oh, Shahat Madam Chair. Shahat Lam, Vice Chair for Citizen Banking League, Shishiyad Edo, Jekhahojon, do Lesson Francisco. Yad Anna Sasha Shana and Claw, Yushia, Donna and Shinigi, Yahawasan and the Slino, Tordicini, Bashichin, Bachini, Bashichado, Kiani, Dashinella. Mother essentially, Arosha Bishma Anigin, they Chinli, Bishadogi, Equid Asian on the Shishlik, Ado Yad and the Schneider, Lesnahanan, the Shigi Legislative Staff, the Legislative Council, Ado Division Directors, and Nation, Ado Honorable RDC members, Oko Equid Yad Ebenen Didishi,
Shadeja, Honorable Claw, Ado Konasha, my Honorable Nez.
Kushina Cash, Nansenigi Resources Development Committee, do cross staff, do Anna Twara Dyson, Snagi. Rignez, and Shiawan Sun and Snow, Zaytwachin, Bashish Chain, Sanapit, Nashik Shado, Kia, Ani, Additional died, and then Schneidel, a strong chapters, Panash, Nashike, Hogback, San Juan, and Anzada for Frulin and Burnham and Newcomb. Back to you, Chair.
Kushin Shaha, Ado in the Shiaj, Honorable Otto introduction.
Good morning. Reso Tangido additional she also in Shadow now coordinator here cleaning and she has a couple of high versus Shadow. Look at the nether chase. I didn't mention Shadow. Honest, is it a preparation of everything is why should go with able go down to say good morning. Oh, yeah.
Kushin Shaha, Shiaj, Honorable Otto Otto Kune, Yard, Dahate, Yard, have been a non education now. Shea, Brenda, Jesus, Shiedo, Tanajini, Schno, Twichi, Bashes Chin, Panagani, Dashito, 400, Dashinada. A son in the Shnedo, Chiho, so Chin, TCRA, that not only Shlobana Shadow and the 110 chapters, the Shahai Nido. The next is legislative staff, Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, Madam Chair, RDC members, those present, those online. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the legislative advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kiani and Senjikinan. I'm originally from Tuba, Arizona. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mose.
Morning, Madam Chair, everyone online and everyone present. Chair, let him Moses here. And so I should know, and I got the chain, actually, there's a chain dog, to honor, welcome everyone.
Mr. Mose, Arwin the Masosi.
Yes, Bennett, good morning, Madam Chair, RDC members. Leslie Sosi, Inishna, Shiki Nishna, Tofo Glini, Bashachin, Setnam, Bissy, Dashache, Opos Lana, Dashanali, Nasha, welcome and guests, and thank you.
Kushin Arwin the Jawadi Ahi, Ms. Khan.
Good morning. Yes, everybody online and those in the room with us today. Jay Toy here leaning this year, but I Bashish Chain, Ashche, Dashiche, Tanajikana, Dashanala. I am from the Wheatville Pahini area, and I will be assisting with the call.
Kushin Ms. Quinn.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable committee members, everybody else. My name is April Quinn, and I'm an attorney with the Office of Legislative Counsel.
Kushin So I'd like to go ahead and have Division of Natural Resources, Mr. Holona, next for introduction.
Madam Chair.
members of the Resource Development Committee, legislative staff, colleagues, dati Ben, Shay Michael da shi chin na, dapat tahne so shi but shi co-fund na le ki ani da shi. Wala nan shi na hodi division after resource aid, shina national take us.
Ms. Termeyer.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Honorable RDC members, everyone here today and everyone on the call. My name is Rowena Jeremiah. I'm the Director of Minerals Department. I'm Senjikinep Guanajuato Laguna in Spanish. I'm from Ganado, Arizona.
Mr. Charlie?
Good morning, my name is Emmanuel Charlie. I work with the Regional Natural Resources, and I'm in small cotton farming, but it's Filichini, that's it, those Filichini, that's it. Originally from Pieces,
Otto Shadeja, Ms. Yako.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of Resources and Development Committee. Muna Erviso Siako, Diego, National Kian, Bashishim, Executive Staff Assistant, Science RDC, and Office of Members.
Great, thank you. Ms. Black Hat.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of RDC. I'm Veronica Blackhat. I'm the Assistant Attorney General for the Natural Resources Unit. I'm providing my business employee in I'm originally from Newcomb and currently reside in China.
Aruna Shadeja, Eddie.
Good morning, Chair, Sue, Chair, Jensen, Bassett, Jeff, visiting the Department Manager for the General Land Development Department, and I come by way of Sawmill, Arizona. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, that does the introduction here this morning, and again, thank you for everyone being present and also on the call here this morning. Good morning. Madofa, Shinatani, Shikyagiya, introduce yourself, Shinatani, for doing the introductions well. Right here.
Good morning, thank you, Chair Jesus, for giving me opportunity to introduce myself this morning. It's a pleasure to come to RDC and spend a little time this morning. Shaya Jermaine Simonson Yinchia, although Chishinan Chido, Kazaslana Bashichin, Sadesh Gizidashan Dotas Kiani Dashache, I don't lay the Lichin Deo a Beshpantas and Shopana Aroya Bendo Shahat. Honorable Simpson, introduction last.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of RDC, guest staff, our local people are listening online. Good morning, Say James Simpson, Chair. I'm not doing Ashkado, the HX Vanashka, Kerfroon and Yeezy, Lake Valley, White Rock, Sinte, and the Skis, Crown Point, and Osmond in the city, Twitchy, she was that's just this night, again, thank you, Madam Chair.
Item 3 on the proposed agenda, reviewing and approving the agenda. At the time, Mr. Toss, Ms. Sosi, can you go ahead and please or read the proposed agenda into the record?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Resources Development Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. This is a reading of the regular meeting, Wednesday, August 30th, 2023 at 10 o'clock a.m. The proposed agenda presiding Honorable Brenda Jesus, Chairperson, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, Vice Chairperson. Location, Navajo Nation Land Department via telecommunications. Number 1, call meeting to order. Roll call, invocation, and announcements. Number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Number 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. Number 4, reviewing and approving journals, August 23rd, 2023, regular meeting. Number 5, receiving reports. 5A, update report from the Executive Order number 02-2023, 2023 vetting team on the energy project submitted in correspondence to the company's executive session. Presenters, Mike Colonna, Division Director of Natural Resources. 5B, update report by the Heritage and Historic Preservation Department on the activities regarding Chaco Cultural National Historical Park, the U.S. Department of the Interior Bureau of Land Management on the 106 process and cultural sites with Lake Valley, New Mexico. 5C, report from the Navajo Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit and Division of Natural Resources on Biden's new executive order designating a new Grand Canyon National Monument which extends onto the Navajo Nation and what it means. 5D, report from the Navajo Department of Justice Natural Resources and Chapters Units and General Land Development Department of the Navajo Nation Burial and Cemetery Regulations for final considerations. 5E, report from the Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, and the Navajo Nation Fair Office on the logistics and related matters for the upcoming Navajo Nation 75th Navajo Pearl Anniversary Fair. Number 6, old business, none. 7, new business. 7A, legislation number 0200-23, an action relating to the Resource and Development and Budget and Finance Committee, accepting the audit of Chilchata chapter and approve the chapter's proposed corrective action plan. 7B, legislative number 0211-23, an action relating to Resources and Development Committee, appointing the Resources and Development Committee representatives to the Navajo Committee Title II Reform Subcommittee. 7C, approving and attending and participating in the Division of Natural Resources Final Strategic Planning from Monday, September 11th to Wednesday, September 13th, 2023 at Samuel College in Farmington, New Mexico. 7D, approving on attending and participating in the Office of Navajo Government Development, the next local governance summit on Thursday, September 14th, 2023 at the Farmington Civic Center in Farmington, New Mexico at 8:30 a.m. 7E, approving to reschedule an approved special meeting for Monday, September 11th, 2023 at 10 o'clock a.m. to Friday, September 15th, 2023 at 10 o'clock a.m. in the Window Rock, Arizona area due to the invitation to attend the Division of Natural Resources Final Strategic Planning in Farmington, New Mexico. 7F, approving the final work session with Navajo Telecommunications Regulations Communication, Division of Natural Resources, Navajo Nation Land Department, General Land Department, and Department of Justice on the finalized draft telecommunication regulations for final consideration for Friday, September 22nd, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. in the Window Rock, Arizona area. Number 8, closed meeting announcements and adjournments. Back to you, Chair. Madam Jesus.
Ms. Doshi for that, reading the proposed agenda to the record. With that, members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Honorable Claw, and may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Otto So, do we have any questions, or amendments that need to be made to the agenda that is here before us? Honorable Ness?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a motion for Amendment 1 that we, do new business before all reports. And also, we got an email from Mr. Tahi to have a 2-day RDC strategic session and executive session to discuss the priorities for Monday, September the 25th, as well as Tuesday, September the 26th, 9 a.m. in the Window Rock area. And then another one to schedule RDC's regular meeting for Wednesday, September 27th at 10 a.m. to be held at Chilchata chapter, New Mexico. So if we could add those two as well to the agenda under new business, Madam Chair. Thank you. That will be my motion for Amendment 1.
Honorable Ness for making a motion, making amendment number 1 with new business before reports, and adding on the 2 days, work session for to address RDC priorities for September 25th and 26th in the Window Rock vicinity area, and also for the RDC regular meeting slated for September the 27th to be held at Churchill Chapter. And I do have a second.
No, I have a question.
Okay. So with that, I do have a motion. Can he question, there's a motion on the floor? Okay. So before I go into, allowing, questions, members of Resources and Development Committee, I do need a second to the amendment that was motioned by Honorable Nez. Yeah. I do have a second on the floor by Honorable Simpson. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Vice Chair Johnson for your question.
Why are we having why is it 2 days? Can we just get it done in 1 day?
Mr. Tahi?
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, I scheduled 2 days just in case we exceed the 1 day. And the strategic strategy session is going to be facilitated by the Office of the Speaker's Lafayette Gym to facilitate the work session.
Another question.
Okay, follow-up question, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson?
What is the point of the work session? What do we get out of it?
Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chairman, Vice Chair Johnson, the strategic plan is to plan out the remainder of the 25th RDC's priorities. If you recall, we discussed RDC's short-term plan, which we completed within 2 months after that strategic session. The Budget and Finance Committee, as well as Office of the Speaker, is requesting what is RDC's priorities for this coming council year. So this is a chance for this body to put their strategic priorities together and have it in written format, so that way the Office of the Speaker, as well as the public, will know what the 25th Nomination Council RDC's priorities are.
I don't think that it needs 2 days. I think it just needs 1.
Okay, so with that, Vice Chair Johnson did request for a 1 day,
That'd be the 25th, right?
yeah, September the 25th, RDC priorities work session. So with that, I'd like to go back to the motioning party. If it would be agreed upon to see if we can just have a 1 day
Is that here?
RDC priorities work session, to change it to 1 day, Shinantani.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, for your concerns.
You wanna let them know?
And your questions on the strategic session for the Resource and Development Committee. If you look at the programs that are underneath RDC that we're the oversight over, let's say, for example, energy. We really need to have an in-depth discussion on that. We're talking about hydrogen earlier before the meeting. We need to have a full understanding of what it is and what we need to be aware of. So when we take it back to the local levels, or when grazing officials are asking us, or land boards, because they work with permittees in reference to rights-of-ways, then we could really expound on what all this entails, not only land, not only rights-of-ways, but energy. And we have talked about having an energy summit chair. And if we just rush through it, it's just like having bits and pieces of it here and there. And there was so much that we went over yesterday, the TAA and compensation, eminent domain, and Honorable So here, he asked the question, Ha'ila Orlia encumber aron that obligated. Ila o liedo hit o la in la that the nehki baby chisto art dida sad belagana bezadiki the neck etchiko provide that rendition in Navajo a coin la that the chapters that the project sikidi base of corona that nenegi that hegi bikidit 18 a coin hit bahosen di hot on hinan ego e bahosen. To me, I'm good with 2 days. Let's say we cover everything and on the second day we're done by noon. We're okay with that. But at least we have taken time to understand that. And I know it says executive session. Maybe during that time we could ask Ms. Jeremiah to come in and talk about energy, you know. We did receive a PowerPoint presentation last week from Dan, and in that PowerPoint presentation, there's different colors. Like your chapter coal mine, hydrogen, so my answer to you, Chair and Vice Chair, if we could respectfully sit down and go over this, because we don't want another executive order going out without our knowledge. On hikwi and hiben hodne di ko an hidet Niheret on Neston Hikorope Nil Zelgoshi Zino Lesina Hatagi upon Dide Hudabadiste. To me, it is very important that we give it some time. Just the energy itself may take a couple of hours, but it's up to you and even a day and a half would, you know. We don't have to go to 2 days, and if it's a session where, let's say, one of you need to go to a meeting, as long as some of us are here, but as RDC, we should be here to try and cover as much as we can.
Motioning party Shania, Honorable Ness. One of the things that I also wanted to add is, Madam Speaker was asking, if RDC has, set their priorities, because they want us to drop the legislation as to what we identify. So that would be after we have the strategic session, we have to drop a legislation as to what RDC's priorities are going to be for the tenure of our term on 25th Council. So it's able to Vice Chair. So with that, what is your, are you okay with the request that Honorable Ness had made in terms of justifying the 2 days, or even less than 2 days? And again, if you need to be excused, you know, we're willing to, let me go ahead and give it to Stasia. Honorable Bob?
Oh, Nana. The work session A, B, yes, when the Nikinan Mr. Halaso. Nikinan Ani, Stasia, Madam Speaker, I asked her if I could attend the 2023 NTICC, which is a transportation in Indian Country Conference. As we know, Navajo Nation will begin shutting off their P cards on September 15th. And so this trip was already planned 2 months ago. So I will not be in attendance September 24 through the 28th. And I am in agreement with it. We already did most of our short-term planning. These 2 days with the work session we had this week, I think that lays the foundation of what our priorities are going to be. I just wanted to add that in. But as far as the work session, there's no quorum requirement. And then also it is, available online, so although if you are gonna be having it that week, I can go ahead and listen in online. So I just wanted to let the group be aware of that. Was she? Josh, Deja. So with that, Honorable Claude did mention that she won't be available for the two-day work session. And again, this would have to be inclusive, with our comprehensive budget for the new fiscal year. It'll be a way for Resources Development Committee to justify, number one, our budget and what some of our tasks are going to be for the upcoming year. Ay they kind of go parallel. So it is about So, with that, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson?
We're having all these work sessions. You know, I wanna see, you know, we bring in, you know, DNR, you know, like, is there something within the system that needs to be amended, you know, if it's a law, language, something, you know, that's hindering this process, you know, we want to make sure that we can address these and, you know, and work together collectively to really, like my colleagues have been saying, you know, I've been hearing it, you know, let's change these laws, let's change the, you know, the community calls it red tape and, you know, code, laws, policies and stuff like that. Let's simplify it and just like, the superintendent of the IA said yesterday, we don't need to complicate it any more than it needs to be. So let's make sure that we continue to work together and get these, you know, information or these laws and codes changed to where it benefits our community. That's all I want to say. I got questions. If we can get finished, you know, a day and a half, that's fine too. And you know, if it does take, you know, 2 days, I'm going to be here.
Vice Chair Johnson, Honorable Otto.
You know, Honorable Johnson, Vice Chair Johnson is correct, and Donna Soha Houdini. And as this committee came forth, we got inaugurated the Stand project. Really nothing that has been said to say that that's changed this. We have a rough draft on this. So the any of our oversight, 我都是看在哪里托原你看，我心里在哪里看的。Here is the ripple effect from the local level. And on my talking to LDA and issues of social services. And I just said, policies are in place. They can't bend the rules. And I said, I reiterated the same thing today in RDC, that policies here, they want to change, but there's nothing brought to the council to change the law. You have the president saying one thing, saying, oh, we don't need, for example, we don't need a homicide, let's do away with that requirement. I believe that was the statement yesterday. And we haven't seen that proposal. How will that work with the existing? Just that scenario. And Bosch Nate, you know, committee members, we only have 2 authorities to legislate laws and to appropriate funds. It's budget season, why don't we just say, forget it, and let's walk away from the table? There's nothing that's being processed to say, let's change this, see that, because we're not the ones that's working with the program, or working with those policies. The Scribe Travel programs warrant DD. the employees at BED every day work with those policies. They hit the stumbling block. Oh, okay. We need to get around this. And there's nothing that's being proposed to change that. And that we run into that same rubbish. No matter what president you put in, whether it's male or female, Title II, the code is here. The next one that's coming in is just gonna fall back into and that's the reason why I'm saying that Title II or the code, where do we change to try to improve the services at the local level? We streamlined a portion of the homestead process, homestead lease process, speed, looking at business side lease, other aspects of the travel program, as an example, I indicated, how come we're not amending Title 12? Nothing coming to the council, and that's relating to the finances. Based on once it's appropriated, you have to follow Title 12 and the red tapes and let's just waive this thing. One of our attorneys just shook her head and said, we can't do that. And that's when I said, we can't. No, or no. If we can't do that, how can we waive certain provisions in Title 12 so we can go around it and to waive these things? As the conversation yesterday, ARPA, maybe we could waive these certain provisions and put a sunset clause to the September 30th, 2026. So when all the ARPA money is going to be recouped, these policies that's been waived could be re-triggered at that time to what the policy is. But the issue is spending down American Rescue Plan dollars. So, this is the case. Thank you.
Honorable, Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, just a quick comment here. I understand my brother, Vice Chair Johnson, and my colleagues here. I understand my brother, Mr. Ned here, why we need a 2-day work session, and we should cover everything. But the thing is, I think I really understand what VP's Vice Chair's coming from. With these work session reports that we receive, something needs to come up on these reports. Something needs to come up on these work sessions, like yesterday, 2-day work session. Or let's say Council, DOJ, appropriate departments were there. Hopefully what we heard yesterday, something comes out of that work session on the consent on the homestead lease that's going to get done within a month, not 2 or 3 months. So again, the reports, I get not emails, but text. You guys hear reports, what do you do with the reports? What comes out of these reports? What comes out of these work sessions? So every report that we hear or work session we do, something needs to come out of it and show people that these work sessions are very important, because if there's legislation that's being amended or something needs to be done or is carried out or directives being made to get these things done, I think that's very important that needs to come out of these work sessions or carry these reports. So I think as RDC has been receiving reports and work, I think we're seeing some change that will be made from these work sessions. I wish it could go much faster, but it seems like it's okay. But I think sometimes we just got to give a timeline for these work sessions that certainty has to change. Like yesterday's like Monday and Tuesday's work session. We should give a timeline yesterday and say that we need something done on this consent on the homicide lease. I know homicide lease was September 23rd. Unless there was a timeline out, but on the consent, how do we address that? We heard a lot of issues with consent, the problems. We need to get these rights to be approved for these infrastructure. So that's what I think my brother is concerned about. Let's get something out of these work sessions and these reports. Anybody just comments on Madam Chair, thank you, members of RDC.
kina hat to hat shi in the agi kodo be khasi do ani do ne kodon diningi not ani ye nan nishun khasla the hashin lodging sa case a ko the work session hat nini so hati nan nish not the hatol nisi gi hashin sobon dinigi escape on the Lako Koto Hashin Sogo legislative staff, in Chicago, not just although the stock basi tip kun dinigi, be doesn't fiction don't need delayed executive Jim Honda, Nishigi that were oversight over a bit not ani hallo the call but nago basin tip quagget, there's a fine line at end how are we supposed to convey a stern message that these timelines need to be met. So quite again, Linigi nan kahopen na kodo logic. You cannot only did Linigi, Mr. Boo Nigan, Joe A point that you lot division directors, auto department managers, they're under division directors. Ako jashi kodo di adi need. Height on the just the management style do height on the ajabananish adeyole. So kwagi abenan but I'm glad that Kodoki Natani with Division of Natural Resources had mentioned that we'll meet this deadline date for revised home site lease regulations by September the 23rd. But I will work on that that table that was presented yesterday morning with the additional information from yesterday's meeting. Although I'll work with legislative staff to see if we can work with DNR and some of the other important entities that are stakeholders to this. I know that there was a meeting call for the eastern side too. So DNR and BIA is supposed to be working on that. I just want to work with Roddy to send out emails. So to have more productive work sessions. Vice Chair?
Thank you for your response and your sharing your information with us, my colleagues. I'd just like to make request that RDC meetings be moved back to the NDOT upstairs conference room. You know, this conference room is pretty small, you know, and, you know, we have people sitting, vulnerable Simonson over here sitting behind us. She should be sitting at the table. You know, they should have a room that's more, you know, available to everybody, you know, and just like to make that request.
Okoshi, Shaha, so not only Vice Chair Johnson.
The work session.
Okay, so with that recommendation, there is a motion on the floor with a second, and to have that 2-day RDC priorities work session to be scheduled at Navajo Department of Transportation Conference Room in San Benito.
Available.
Okay. Sakoshi? So we do have a motion and a second, members of Resources and Development Committee. There were some information that was noted, concerns that were noted by members of Resources and Development Committee. So with that, if there's no more questions or comments in regards to amendment number 1, that is motion by Honorable Nez, second by Honorable Simpson. You will, Honorable Nez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's nothing wrong with proposing changes or no. And, you know, I hear Vice Chair's concern. Yesterday, it was pointed out to me, one of the roadblocks, you know, to expediting and streamlining ARPA projects was 3 resolutions, CJY-41-21, I haven't looked it up yet, CJN-29-22, and BFS-31-21. That's probably something that needs to be amended. So there does something that comes out of these work sessions. Halleet on the Slahosh did, we can do it, Slahosh streamlined it, Nenegi, put it down, or 1 year, had see, given in. So something good did come out of it. We all know that, so we learned a lot, and this is what we do. So let's just keep moving along and look at these. So, yeah.
Goshen? Yeah, Honorable, Nez. With that, I'd like to go ahead and take it for, vote for amendment number 1. Okay, Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 1, moving new business first to number 5 and moving 5 and 6 and 7 down, and adding 2 items to the new business. One is approving a 2-day Resource and Development Committee strategic session, an executive session to discuss the priorities for the 25th RDC for Monday, September 25th and Tuesday, September 26th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Winter Rock, Arizona area, and approving to schedule the Resource and Development Committee's regular meeting for Wednesday, September 27th, 2023 at 10 a.m. to be held at Chishta Chapter, New Mexico. Honorable Sana Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Sana Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that is 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Shahad, thank you for that. So with that, motion carries for amendment number 1 to the agenda. Any other additional questions or comments on the agenda? Going once, going twice. So with that, I guess, Ms. Doty, can you please take a roll call vote on approving the agenda?
For a roll call vote for approving the agenda, roll call vote for Honorable Shana Anquan.
I vote green.
Roll call vote for, Shana Anquan votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, at least 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, Chair.
Hagoshi? Shahad. So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, we did approve the agenda for today. Going on to item 4, reviewing and approving journals for August the 23rd, 2023 regular RDC meeting. This was also emailed out by Legislative Services staff. So with that, members of RDC, may I get a motion on journals for August 23rd?
Shana Claw, make a motion.
Honorable Claw, thank you. May I get a second? Honorable Simpson, Shahad. Do we have any questions on the journals that were emailed out for the August 23rd RDC meeting? Going once, going twice. With that, Ms. Doty, can you please take a roll call vote last?
A roll call vote for the approving journals, Honorable Shana Anquan.
I vote green, thank you.
Honorable Shana Anquan votes green. Honorable Casey Vice Chair Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So. Green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that leaves 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 not voting, Chair.
With that, motion carries on to item number 5, which is new business now. Letter A, legislation 0200-23. Do we have sponsor in the house? Honorable Speaker Damon. Going once, going twice. Okay, sponsor's not in the room. Going on to item letter B, legislation 0211-23. Do we have Honorable Curtis Yanito present? Going once, going twice, deferred. Going on to 7C, approving on attending and participating in the Division of Natural Resources final strategic planning from Monday, September the 11th to Wednesday, September the 13th, 2023 at San Juan College in Farmington, New Mexico. Members of RDC, may I get a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Honorable Naz and second by Honorable Simpson. And question, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson.
Real quick to, Mr. Alona on that strategic session. I know talking to you the other day, there is also the 14th, the chapter. Who was on
I
the
think
14th?
that's item,
Oh, okay.
Does that
Yes.
clarify? Hagona, to the Vice Chair Johnson, there is clarification. Any other members of RDC with questions on item letter C? Going once, going twice. Ms. Sosi, can you please take roll call vote?
Roll call vote for a vote, Honorable Honorable Shauna Anna Claus, green. Honorable Claus votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So.
green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. That leaves 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 not voting, Chair.
Motion carries, for September 11th through 13th, participation in strategic session with DNR. Going on to, item letter D, approving on attending and participating in the Office of Navajo Government Development, Diné Local Governance Summit on Thursday, September the 14th, 2023, at the Farmington Civic Center in Farmington, New Mexico, at 8:30 a.m. May I get a motion, members of RDC? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Honorable Otto So. Members of RDC, do we have any questions on this, summit that Office of Navajo Government Development is going to be hosting on September the 14th at the Farmington Civic Center? Going once, going twice. With that, could we please get a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for approving to attend and participate in the Office of Navajo Government Development, the Diné Local Government Summit. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that is 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Going on to item letter E, approving to reschedule an approved special meeting for Monday, September the 11th at 10 a.m. to Friday, September the 15th at 10 a.m. in the Window Rock, Arizona area due to the invitation to invite divisions to attend the Division of Natural Resources final strategic, planning meeting in Farmington, New Mexico. Again, this is a reschedule from our regular meeting to Friday. So with that, may I get a motion, members of RDC?
Motion.
Honorable Otto So. Otto, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw, thank you. With that, members of RDC, do we have any questions on this rescheduling of a regular RDC meeting? Honorable Claw?
Yes, sure. I just wanted to ask my colleagues if we can have a discussion to change the time from 10 to 9 a.m. Since we will be traveling that same day.
Okay. Yeah, she says Honorable Claw. So the question that, Honorable Claw had posed is if we could start the special meeting, for Friday, September the 15th, from 10 a.m. to 9 a.m. Receive it? Yeah, we're good. Sakoshi? So with that, she, waives her question. So with that, any other members with question? Honorable Otto.
How would, your, enough resolution travel would be, written up and signed, and I think based off of.
You read it wrong, like I did. When you're wrong.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm getting to is that the work sessions is happening in Farmington. So, it's done late on the 14th, 11, 12, 13, 14, gonna be in Farmington. Say if the Office of Government Development gets done late, and, the committee members decide to stay there. Yeah, we can come down, yes, we can, but just, I would push the time back to about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That gives time for Commission Resource and Development to come down. That's all. Because the travel that Rodney is on this issue is that the 15th will be travel day. And then as he issues the letter, the travel date for RDC will be the 10th, going to Farmington. So that's just something to think about, that's all.
Question?
Okay.
Yeah, Honorable Otto. So with that, members of RDC, there was a question here that was posed in regards to traveling from the 4-day event that's going to be happening in Farmington. Honorable, Rickness?
Madam Chair, committee members, what if we had the special meeting there near Farmington, like at Upper Fruitland or Naizad? Or Naizad? Yeah.
Upper Fruitland?
Yeah, Upper Fruitland's good.
Which one was newest? The new one. Yeah. Yeah, it's towards that one.
We can go to Upper Fruitland, it's closer.
So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, is that going to be a motion then to have it at Upper, Honorable Danny Simpson?
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the motion parties to modify the location of the meeting, ask them to modify the location meeting to be up in the chapter.
API.
So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, Honorable Otto Sawyer, the motioning party, the recommendation is to change the meeting location from Window Rock to Upper Fruitland chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Do you concur?
Oh.
Sakoshi? Seconding party, Honorable Claw. Yes, I concur. Sakoshi?
So the time stays.
So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, there was a motion. So with that, may I get a second? So would that close? No. Okay, she seconded, okay. So with that, Resources and Development Committee members, we do plan on changing location of the special meeting for September the 15th from Window Rock to the Upper Fruitland chapter area. Any other questions or comments? Going once. Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, if the Upper Fruitland area chapter is reserved, I will try to find one of the chapters that's available in that area so that we can reserve that facility.
Sakoshi? Mr. Tahi. So with that, if no other comments or recommendations, questions, Honorable Otto.
Just one more thing, Nabi, I don't know if I have to send 2 over to Nabi. strategy. I think the PSC committee is on the 14th. December, correct?
Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, NABI meets on the second and the fourth Thursday of each month. The second Thursday of September is when Nomination Council's FY 2024 budget session will be occurring. So the NABI session during that day will not occur unless they have it at 8 o'clock in the morning. So that week is not a regular scheduled NABI session.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments? Going once, going twice. Mr. Ty, could you please take our roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for approving to reschedule approved special meeting for Monday, September 11th, 2023 at 10 a.m. and to Friday, September 15th, 2023 at 10 a.m. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Negotiate. With that, motion carries. Going on to item letter S, approving the final work session with Navajo Telecommunications Regulatory Communication, Division of Natural Resources, Navajo Nation Land Department, General Land Development Department, and Department of Justice on the finalized draft telecommunications regulations for final consideration for Friday, September the 22nd, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Window Rock area. May I get a motion on this, work session on telecommunication regs?
Motion.
Honorable Otto So. May I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw. Members of Resource and Development Committee, do we have any questions? Going once, going twice. Rodney, could we take a roll call vote, please?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for approving the final work session on the draft telecommunication regs for Friday, September 22nd, 2023 at 9 a.m. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Danny So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Rashid, go ahead. Motion carries. Going on to item letter G, approving a two-day Resources and Development Committee strategy session, executive session to discuss the priorities for the 25th Resources and Development Committee for Monday, September the 25th and Tuesday, September the 26th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Window Rock, Arizona area. Members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion?
Motion, Delegate Nez.
Honorable Naz. Otto second.
Second.
Honorable Otto So. Members of Resources Development Committee, do we have any questions? Going once, going twice. Mr. Tahi, could you please take roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for approving a two-day work session for Resources and Development Committee on Monday, September 25th and Tuesday, September 26th at 9 a.m. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Rashid, with that motion carries. Going on to item letter H, approving to schedule the Resources and Development Committee's regular meeting for Wednesday, September the 27th, 2023 at 10 a.m. to be held at Chechiltla Chapter, New Mexico. Members of RDC, may I get a motion?
Motion.
Honorable Otto So, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Simpson. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions for RDC meeting to be scheduled at Chechiltla Chapter on the 27th of September? Going once, going twice. Mr. Tahi, roll call vote.
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is privileged to schedule the Resources Development Committee's regular meeting to be held at Shisheta Chapter for Wednesday, September 27, 2023 at 10 a.m. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Soto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto Soto votes green. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Bushing? Yes. With that, motion carries. Going back up to receiving reports. Letter A, update report from the Executive Order number 02-2023 vetting team on the energy project submitted and correspondence to the companies. This will be an executive session. We do have presenters, Mr. Halona, the Division Director for Division of Natural Resources. We do have Ms. Rowena Jeremiah, Department Manager for Department of Minerals. We do have Ms. April Quinn, Legislative Counsel with the Office of Legislative Counsel, and Arvin Trujillo, Executive Administrator, Office of the President and Vice President. I believe he is on the call, so I would have to request to go into executive session, right?
That is correct, Madam Chair, and we would, how long?
Okay, so with that, members of Resources Development Committee, this particular report update will require executive session. So I'd like to ask, how long would you recommend being in executive session? How long do you think you're?
35? 45 minutes?
An hour. Okay, so, we will allot 1 hour to go into executive session for 1 hour. May I get a motion to go into executive session? Motion by Vice Chair Johnson, and may I get a second?
I will second.
Honorable Otto Stowe. So with that, we will go into executive, Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, before we go into executive session on the roll call vote, who from the vetting team, would they like present aside from RDC and legislative staff? The other participants here.
Ms. Riaco.
Who would you like present in this executive session? Since we have participants here, we have.
Everyone is here is welcome.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So with that, can you take a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for executive session for items 6A. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Soto, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto Soto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Bushing. So with that, we will go into executive session for 1 hour.
Let me get everything up and running.
We met with
Cushing? Members of Resources and Development Committee, we're gonna go ahead and exit out of executive session. May I get a motion?
Motion.
Honorable Otto, and second by Vice Chair Johnson. And, vote right?
Yeah.
I'd like to go ahead and take a roll call vote for, executive session to receive a report on the,
Exit out of executive
or
session.
exit out of executive session.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for exiting out of executive session at 12:42 PM. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Still, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto Still votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Main motion now, huh? Gushing. Next is,
Madam Chair,
Honorable, Simpson.
committee staff been sitting here for the last 2.5 hours. 15 minutes break, to go get our lunch and everything, can't break. It means that if you want subject, one, they don't want to. I request to sleep.
Gushing. Let's go ahead and take a vote on the main motion for the report.
Okay.
Following that, we'll go ahead and go into,
Motion.
okay. So we have a motion and a second for the report. Honorable Naz, motion, and second by Honorable Simpson. Arlene, can you please take a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is accepting a report from Executive Order Number 02-2023's vetting team on energy projects submitted and correspondence with the companies. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green, Mr. Tahi.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green, sir.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Still, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto Still votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Gushing. So thank you. Motion carries for accepting the report on vetting team on energy projects. So with that, I do have, a request by Honorable, Danny Simpson to take a 15-minute break. And we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Do we need voting? No? Okay. So we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock, starting with, item letter B. Okay.
not lagoon, it's,
Madam Chair.
Agushi? Welcome back, visitors that are here in the conference room and to members of Resources and Development Committee. Though in the aid to listeners on the call, we'd like to go ahead and continue with, receiving reports, letter B, update report by the Heritage and Historic Preservation Department on the activities regarding Chaco Culture National Historical Park, the U.S. Department of the Interior and Bureau of Land Management on the 106 process, and the cultural sites within Lake Valley, New Mexico. Do we have presenter Richard Begay, Department Manager with HPD? There was nobody in the lobby for this. Okay. Defer. Okay, we're gonna defer, Honorable, Vice Chair Johnson?
Before we go to that, defer action, let's go to, what it says in person. If we defer it next time, I want him, for the presenter to be in person.
Okay, with that, Vice Chair Johnson did, request that Mr. Richard M. Begay, Department Manager for HPD, be present in person for his report on Chaco Cultural National Historical Park. So going on to item letter C, report from the Navajo Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit and Division of Natural Resources on Biden's new executive order designating a new Grand Canyon National Monument that extends onto the Navajo Nation and what it means for the Navajo Nation. We do have presenter Ms. Black Hat, Assistant Attorney General for Navajo Nation, Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit, and we do have Mr. Mike Colonna, Division Director for Division of Natural Resources. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead, 20 minutes, yield the floor over to you for a report for 20 minutes. Ms. Black Hat, Mr. Colonna.
So, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of RDC. I provided, a little summary of, the top, or the main points with respect to the proclamation and included a map. So, on August 8th, President Biden designated the national monument using his authority under the Antiquities Act, and under the Antiquities Act gives the president authority to designate national monuments by public proclamation upon lands owned or controlled by the federal government in order to protect objects of historic or scientific interest. So, under the delegation or the proclamation, the new monument consists of 3 distinct areas to the north and south of the Grand Canyon National Park, totaling 917,618 acres of federal lands in northern Arizona. And these lands will be managed by both the BLM and the Forest Service. So I did provide a map. So if you look at the map, the areas noted in green are the areas that are going to be, that are going to be designated part of the national monument. And the designation only applies to the Forest Service system and the BLM lands and federal mineral estates. The proclamation states that if the federal government were to voluntarily acquire any additional land or interest in land within the monument boundaries, those would be included in the national monument. So the proclamation also directs the Forest Service and BLM to protect important prehistoric, natural, and recreational values of the area for the benefit of all Americans. So as a part of that, the proclamation also directs the Forest Service and BLM to prepare a management plan for management of the monument and to provide for opportunities for public involvement in the development plan, in the development of the management plan. So the proclamation also calls for the secretaries to explore opportunities for tribal nations to provide, or to participate in co-stewardship of the monument, and identifies 2 commissions that will advise the BLM and the Forest Service. So the first will be the Federal Advisory Committee, which will kind of consist of various representatives, Arizona Game and Fish, state and local government, tribal nations, recreation users, conservation organizations, wildlife hunting and fishing organizations, the scientific community, the ranching community, business owners, and the general public. And then there's going to be another commission which will consist of tribal representatives, and they're going to ensure that tribal expertise and indigenous knowledge guide the development and implementation of the monument. So the plan also outlines, the proclamation also talks about what the plan will need to consider. So the things that it listed were maintaining the undeveloped character of the lands within the monument, minimizing impacts from surface disturbing activities, providing appropriate access for livestock grazing, recreation, hunting, fishing, wildlife management, and scientific research, and emphasizing the retention of natural, quiet, dark night skies and scenic attributes of the landscape. So, with respect to getting involvement from the tribe, the BLM and Forest Service are also directed to pursue opportunities for co-stewardship through management and planning and implementation, through cooperative agreements, and under the proclamation, they are to provide support, technical assistance, and financial assistance to tribal nations to participate in planning and management of the monument. So just other areas, I didn't include everything, but I think, the areas that I thought would be relevant, is that the designation does not enlarge or diminish the jurisdiction of tribal nations, and similarly respects the jurisdiction of the state of Arizona with respect to its management of hunting and fishing within the monument. And then, to the maximum extent permitted by law and in consultation with tribes, protection of indigenous sacred sites and traditional cultural properties in the monument and access by members of tribes for traditional, cultural, and customary uses will continue. So, the proclamation does withdraw the area from new mining claims and mineral leasing, but it doesn't affect valid existing rights, meaning, if there are already mining leases or grazing permits, that doesn't impact that, and that can continue. And the proclamation does not prevent construction and maintenance of utility, pipeline, telecommunication facilities, roads, or highway corridors, or water infrastructure, including wildlife, water developments, and water district facilities that occur consistent with proper care and management of monument objects. So, and looking at this, it's in terms of the involvement, the extent of involvement by the nation in getting the president to issue this proclamation. My understanding is this has been kind of a long process, and there have been several tribes who have been advocating for this, and unfortunately HPD isn't here, but I think they could provide more information in terms of, those meetings and, what the goals of, the tribes were in terms of getting this proclamation issued by the president. So that's just a summary of the proclamation. I don't know if you guys have any questions.
Ms. Lockhart. So that concludes your presentation.
Yes.
So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion to accept the report from Department of Justice?
I'll make a motion.
Honorable Clough, and may I get a second? Honorable Otto Stowe. Dosanado, Kidashanatani, Kodo, Bekichoho, Tanigi Grand Canyon National Monument. Going once, going twice. Okay, Vice Chair Johnson.
thank you, for your, presentation. And, I was at a chapter meeting, last week on Wednesday in Cameron. And I asked, chapter officials and the community of Cameron, if there was any kind of consultation with the community. They said no. And the community of Cameron goes up toward Gray Mountain, and there was a concern about the White House press release. They did have Gray Mountain, which is within the Navajo Nation, the tribal, the boundaries. And then there was this I guess, question, what does this entail? So, so I think this presentation, whoever's going to provide it, needs to go out to the chapter and educate them on their on this monument. Yeah, and I did see the so this newspaper from the Western, and it says, thank you, President Biden, and so, and it has the Navajo Nation seal on here. So, who's making these decisions on behalf of the Navajo Nation? Because this wasn't brought forward to RDC. Who is exactly making this, decision to, sponsor this monument without consultation with the community of Cameron, Botaway, to the city, coal mine? These are some questions that our communities, I'm sure they're going to ask. And I think that, it's best coming from, the Department of Historic Preservation. So, again, me and Madam Chair, we were out there a few months ago with the 20-plus tribe consultation with Secretary Holland. And it was just a consultation. It was not consent. So I want to know who made the consent on behalf of the Navajo Nation. So this was something that, is the issue now, is that consultation is consent. There's that question out there. To me, consultation is not consent. So anything like this needs to be brought back to the community. So in this case, how is the community, just like Delegate Germain said earlier, what's the community benefit of such an act? So, and those are my questions.
Kapushi? Vice Chair Johnson, so I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to DOJ or HPD in regards to Vice Chair Johnson's question.
Good afternoon. I'm Richard Brigade, Department Manager for Historic Preservation. I apologize for being late. I was enjoying my lunch and I realized I was out of time, and I apologize for not providing the report on the Chaco Canyon. I do have a written one, but I can certainly hand that to the committee on Chaco Canyon, so I can do that. But getting back to the designation of Vaj and now Wau something or another, it's still Navajo, I'm just always telling people. There were two actions related to this monument. One was there was a legislative effort by Grijalva and Cinema to establish the monument through Congress. It had the support of all of the tribes in Arizona. We've met several times with, at the direction of the President's office and the Navajo Washington office on the issue. At the request of President Nygren, I did attend some meetings in Washington, D.C. in March with the Deb Holland and the director of the Council of Environmental Quality, something or another. I do have all of it. So we did, I guess you could call it lobby for the establishment of that, and again, that was at the direction of the President's office. We also did provide some public testimony in Flagstaff in August in support of the monument. Again, that was at the direction of the President's office to do that as well. And there were plenty of local Navajo people who were in attendance at that meeting in Flagstaff to support the monument. I'd be happy to give you all of the information that I used, the talking points that I used to the committee about the support for that. There was also another effort by the Tribal Coalition to get Biden to use his authority under the Antiquities Act to establish the monument, and that's actually what happened. Biden did establish the monument under his authority. Again, that was at the request of the Arizona Tribal Coalition. And it was a surprise. It was, again, in contact mostly with the President's office on this issue, and I have absolutely no idea whether or not the President's office reached out to those local chapters that border Grand Canyon and the National Forest. If you look at the map, you'll see that it is in three separate, it's got three separate units, I guess you'd call that. One just below what they call House Rock Valley, one up near Kaibab, just to the west side of Mental Disease, and the one just south of Gray Mountain. Those are the three areas, and we did provide again some information. The week prior to Joe Biden's designation, the White House did reach out to the Washington office, and again at the direction of OPVP, I did provide some wording, some information about cultural importance of those areas to the White House. And a little bit of that language was inserted into the monument itself, the monument proclamation itself. The monument is meant to protect resources, some archaeological sites and so on, but the big issue for the designation of the monument is to prevent the further uranium mine claims, especially in the unit in the Kaibab National Forest, just south of Tucson. There is some active mines there, I think at least one active mine. There are currently, I think, 400 permit requests for uranium mining within the three units. You should also know that in 2012, I believe it was, there was a moratorium placed on uranium mining in what is now the monument, but there have been at least up to 400 claims for uranium mining in that area. And that, to me, is my understanding of President Nygren supported the designation as to prevent further mining in that area. But also associated with the mining is the fact that the mine waste, uranium transportation would most likely have to go through Western Navajo. As you can see, there's a road that goes through Cameron, and then upwards north into Colorado and Utah, and that was a big concern for the president as well. My understanding is the transport of uranium and possible uranium mine waste through the Navajo Nation. So this was an effort to prevent that uranium mining to go forward within the monument. And again, I'm happy to give you the talking points that I had for the monument and the information I provided to the White House regarding the cultural importance of places within the monument. That'll be it, Madam Chair.
Questions that you have, Mr. Begay? I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Vice Chair with follow-up.
Thank you for your report. I'd just like to ask Mr. Richard Begay, if you reported this back to RDC.
No, I did not. Again, I have to make it very clear that I did this at the direction of the President's office. I did not report this to RDC or any other committee for that matter. I believe that my boss, Mike, might have known about the President's stance on this issue. I did not have any conversation with Mr. Holona on this issue. The secretary, I forgot to mention, the secretary was out at Grand Canyon. Secretary Holland, I believe, was in April, and I believe the speaker was on hand to discuss this issue. This was a visit, sort of a field visit with the secretary, and there was a meeting at Grand Canyon regarding this issue.
Yeah, so just to let you know, Mr. Begay, Madam Speaker Curley sent Vice Chair and myself to that meeting.
Okay.
We were not allowed to say anything.
Okay.
It was just Madam Vice President, Montoya. But she just made a statement. Everyone was allotted like 2-3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It wasn't anything like, okay, this is what we're gonna do, and no information going forward. And I think, that's the concern, because again, on the eastern side, we have an issue with Taco, and now on the western side, we have another issue. And it all comes back down to proper tribal consultation. What do we mean? We have to understand we're in a three-branch government. And I would hope that going forward, that legislative would be informed of these types of positions going forward, because this is the first that Resources and Development Committee is hearing about on record the President's position and how you as a department manager under historic preservation have been sitting at the table when there's also leadership that are also have a responsibility to our constituents that were never consulted or even made aware of this issue. So that is a big concern, and I believe that's where the communication gap is now. Because division director. We need to stop this sort of a practice, because now Honorable Vice Chair Johnson requested someone from the executive branch to go out to his chapters and justify or what was the nation's position, what was the nation's intent at the time that they were in support of this. With that, I just want to make that as a final remark, and we really need to start working together and having that one voice. Because at the end of the day, we're the ones that are trying to answer to our constituents out there. And what do we say? So Honorable Clough.
Oh, yeah, thank you to Ms. Black Cat for the presentation, and then to Mr. Begay, thank you for joining us today. Madam Chair, I would like to make a recommendation.
Okay.
Since we do have historic preservation here, and we do have Mr. Holona here, under the presentation that was given to us, there's a certain section that says the BLM and Forest Service will also pursue opportunities for co-stewardship through management planning and implementation to enter into a cooperative agreement. So I believe that we do need to begin this cooperative agreement. And the reason that I'm speaking to this is for Canyon de Chelly, we have the National Park Service, and there's a joint use plan, strategic plan that's been circulating for over 30 years but has not been implemented. So when there are times when your resources are affected, such as the canyon flooding that occurred, then the Navajo Nation doesn't want to take responsibility, nor does the National Park Service. And so this is where that cooperative agreement comes into play. And I believe that, you know, as you mentioned, this is the first time RDC is hearing of the initiative from the executive branch. So that would be, something that I would make as a recommendation. I know this is a report, but if we can bring them back to the table to make this a directive for them to begin that cooperative co-stewardship agreement. So that's what I wanted to add in at this time.
Honorable Claw. So the recommendation here, as it was, stipulated in the handouts that was given out to us by Ms. Blackhat, that the, BLM and Forest Service have to pursue opportunities for co-stewardship, cooperative agreement with tribal nations. So, the request is that to have Resources Development Committee, be there at the start of this, dialogue from the executive branch to legislative, in hopes that we, implement a quantifiable cooperative agreement that would address all parameters of, the pros and cons, you know, to this particular, land designation. So at a later time, what would be the time frame, Honorable Claw? A month?
We do, 60 days.
60 days,
That would be
okay. We will allot 2 months, you know, to grant to, I guess, Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit, and also your department, Mr. Begay, to, start, outlining, an agreement, and then to come and bring it back to Resources and Development Committee for review. And again, it's just gonna be crafting and structuring and molding an agreement that would be most, suitable, you know, for the Navajo Nation. So it's time to catch up. Honorable, Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of RDC, guests, identifying, like I think for your presentation. Just a quick, recommendation. I think we have gone through this so many times of consultation, who has the official, who makes the official statement for the Navajo Nation. And I think that's not clarified within our own codes. So I think that's where RDC really needs to start pushing to where even, Jonathan Perry brought that up. Consultation with the attorney needs to be fixed. So again, Mr. Begay doing his job at the direction of OPVP, you know, he's just like my brother did, policies are there, and sometimes they're not there, so he takes action to how to move forward. And right now, it seems that our consultation from the federal government, that request for consultation is going directly to OPVP. And when that happens, it leaves the council out for the oversight committee. So, Marion, I'd like to make this request that maybe working with DOJ, where consultation is certified what the federal government needs to follow, consulting with Navajo Nation on the issues that pertain to what we've been seeing in reference to uranium cleanup, reference to these withdrawals are happening in Chaco, Grand Canyon. Those are just some of the things that have gone through with could be made at OPVP. So I'd like to make that request, Madam Chair, and members of RDC. I ask my colleagues again, I can't make that recommendation. I can recommend, but I'd like to get concurrence from my colleagues here that we start working to clarify the consultation. The federal government will have to follow what's going to be, hopefully gets approved by the council, how consultation works within the nation. Yes, Madam Chair, I think that needs to be done. Anybody said, well, thank you for your time. Thank you for taking the time. Anybody says, yeah, Madam Chair, RDC.
Thank you for that recommendation, Shiaj, Honorable Simpson, in regards to, so it sounds like this is going to be leaning more towards the legislation, Ms. Khan, but it would need to, identify the process in regards to what do we mean by tribal consultation, who needs to be involved, and what areas of, issues would be relevant to the standing committees of the, council or OPVP. Again, so, before I give it to you, Mr. Halonadisa, Vice Chair Johnson, but
Thank you, Honorable Simpson, for that. I was gonna speak a little bit on that, and then another thing I want to point out to this should be brought forth to the RDC, and not just the Navajo Nation president. And again, like I stated, this wasn't, this information wasn't shared with the community. And I attended a meeting on Saturday, Hatafi Association meeting in Tuba City, and I shared with them that newspaper, and I asked them if this was brought to your attention. They said no. So, no, there needs to be that communication, provided, to these, to our constituents out there. And we all need to be on the same page on these monuments and, different, all these things that are going on, because, executive as well as the legislative, and, we all need to be on the same page, because when we go to Washington, D.C., they're going to assume that Navajo Nation is on board with this, and now we're just hearing about it. So, I support what Honorable Simpson says about, getting this clarification of consultation, and consultation is not consent. So this needs to be brought forth to RDC as well as Navajo Nation Council. So that's all I'd like to say at this time. I reserve my time.
You got 1 minute and 10 seconds, 5 seconds. Let me, not only this, Mr. Halona, but you do have the floor, Mr. Halona.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Resource Committee, and staff, colleagues that are here. I think yesterday, on the discussions made it very clear that maybe it's legislation or a policy from the Navajo Nation to the federal government to let them know that when they ask for consultation under Section 106, they didn't get the consultation that, we told the tribe about it. What they asked of the historic preservation of the Navajo Nation is, there's a federal action happening over here. They're required to contact all the tribes, that whole general area. And so they ask for, if it's a federal action, they want 106 consultation. And in that consultation, we talk about all of our cultural sites, our traditional sites, our cultural use areas, our collecting areas, to ensure that our people are not prohibited and moving forward. So the government's got to understand, when they say, we ask for consultation to the tribe, there's a 106 consultation, and then the other consultation of, are you okay with this action? Do you like that action? This is how it's going to benefit you, or this is what's going to be imposed if that boundary is redrawn and that the status changes, such as along Cameron, that whole area there. Now, before it was Park Service land, and so how is that going to affect the partnership or the relationship from the community and the Park Service? Now that's a national monument now. And so I know they've had vending issues along that road to the south entrance to Grand Canyon. So I think that's where we have to really be clear to let them know there's a 106 consultation you ask of tribes, and then there's the consultation getting consent. You know, if we were at the table, I think during that whole time of this, we would have said, okay, we'll support you, but you're gonna have to pull back that Grand Canyon Enlargement Act that you imposed years ago, that we never consented to. Actual on Navajo lands. We had that bargaining chip there we could have been able to use. So yes, we do need to make it very clear to them that there's two distinctions. And that the Historic Preservation Office is responsible for doing those 106 consultation on behalf of the nation. But they shouldn't take that as, we consulted the tribe and it's okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Halona, for that clarification. Honorable Otto.
Thank you. And, the law says that the council is the governing body. And when it comes to that, usually, in my view, Department of Justice, when some comes on the Department of Justice, it's always in favor of the president. Because the AG is appointed by the president. So when it comes to that issue of governing body, the president should have came to us. Whether the Park Service has reached out to the Historic Preservation Department. And Mr. Casey Johnson's right. It's not going to impact Wonder Rock here. It's going to impact those people that live over there. Obviously, especially this is the baby clock. Okay, then you get the boundary issues up there that the Bureau of Indian Affairs, we've been trying to get the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Park Service to restring certain boundary lines up there because there's wild horses that go through back and forth, and people who have livestock up there, their livestock go on to the off the reservation, and so there's issues like that. The other bargaining chip is quadrilateral agreement. The other issue is water rights. The main stem, the lower basin and the upper basin of the Colorado River, and then the little LCR. In LCR, the federal government, I didn't care. So even though they're saying our trustees, we're just watching what's going to happen, we don't have an interest. But when you look at these interests, Park Service, National Park Service. And then the other is the economic portion that we would have been able to bargain on the Nebanda Imihiki. Years ago, people used to sell in the area, no, Park Service put that rule in there. Not too long ago, they opened it back up. And, actually about 2 months ago, only in selected places on the Park Services. And there's an outside company called Flagstaff, and the Native American Community Action, that organization, NACA, is issuing sites to sell, and in a lottery setting. But they are just a natural and who voiced the opinion or their concerns? And the way I see it is that, whether something, of that nature of, executive branch, thinking, oh, we can take care of it. But, you know, that's always been the executive branch's, that's what they always did. As an example, the 638 contract. All 638 contracts, come through council last minute. 45 days has to be, if you don't pass this NABI resolution by December 30th, police officers aren't going to get paid, honey. And knowing that someone from the executive branch, Department of Justice, and OMB filled out the form and agreed to the terms of the availability of funds. So when council asks these questions, starts to ask, hey, what happened during the negotiation? You know, things like that. And we know that there's policies in place that allows that. But the thing about it is that the nation is really shortchanging themselves to allow to be subjected to the availability of funds. The nation is growing. So, as an example, law and order, Washington, we were talking about, everybody was on board. It was a delegate, oh, we're the largest tribe. No, we need more money and there should be over here. No, I can't, not Joe. Then we found out that, you know, these were what were approved internally, and President signed off on it. End of the day, we couldn't maneuver or amend some of these security contracts. So we're growing, and these type of consultation would allow to ensure that, you know, the benefit. You know, how can we try to benefit that area? Because I see you know, economically. So people leave. A lot of people, and you go to a home out there, it's just probably either the grandfather, the grandmother, and maybe a couple of the grandkids. The mother and father is out working construction. Now, and that economic belt on that side is something that needs to be addressed, and how, you know, this out of this agreement, you know, the economic aspect of it, you know, how could we try to improve the local economy? You know, maybe a hotel, maybe we would have been able to expand and build something there at the boundaries of Grand Canyon, and making agreements of that where the government could help us with building hotels and so forth there, and do a little community just like Tucson. Alcohol, hotel. I don't know that the Grand Canyon boundary was just imposed in that region. Even now, but those are just some of my thoughts, and I think that we really need to have a sit-down conversation with the president one-on-one, and find middle ground, because I'm beginning to feel that what happened on the previous two administrations, I worked with Council Janine there, and those are just I've seen it in the past two administrations, and now I'm seeing that separation now, and the farther it gets, there's going to be no point of return. So it is the but, definitely, you know, really need, branches, all the branches to be part of it. Hopi and Paiute and our neighboring tribe will always go against us. You know that, Mr. Gay. Dan Hidro, Sao, Dan Chunigo, Adihashin, my friends, I know Adihashin, Dan Hidro, Honey, I grew up in it. Kaya, Mrs. Atisa. No. Yes, he said. It also that look to talk about that thing. Naked it with me. Even agreement there, whether it's the Kaibab National Forest, by the Vermilion Cliff, and up on the northern edge of the that's on the North Rim. Those, you know, just making those proclamations and setting those land aside is going to impact the nation. Even I don't think these are physically tribes, they're 280 tribes. The federal government pumps money into their pockets. We have to advocate at the national level to get a fair share, because we're a tribe that's a treaty tribe. There's only 7 treaty tribes in the United States that's left. Washington. These smaller tribes that are 280 and or went under the Indian Reorganization Act, Washington, government reform had no, the Constitution had no. So we are
Honorable Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member RDC, yes, Madam Chair, we really need your guidance on this, how we're going to pursue on how we're going to internally fix the consultation process. I think we need your guidance on that. And again, my brother here, Mr. Stowe, brought it up too. It's not just issue pertaining to cultural slides, not pertaining to certain things that are being proposed by the federal government. It pertains to also certain things that pertain to 638 contracts and also. So there's a lot of things that has to be, we sure the appropriate oversight committee will probably consult along with the president before. Right now, the federal government is really just eyeing on one person to make that decision for our Navajo Nation. And the thing is, they think we work the same as the federal government, just because we have a 3-branch government, similar to the United States. So they're making a lot of, they think the president has final say, but we don't have anything really spelled out how our Constitution should work. And right now, going back to our resource management plan that we've been, resource management plan amendment. Without going back to RDC, they want to directly talk. The state director for BLM wants to talk with President Nigel on our resource management plan amendment. And see, that's what we're talking about, going directly to one person, making those decisions. And I think that's what, I think it's very crucial now to where we start working on our internal consultation, what the federal government needs to respect. I think it needs to be done. It's just not the stand issue. It goes back to 630 and other issues that needs to be, I think we need to really get that amended and presented to the council. I think it needs to be done ASAP. I know I always go back to Ms. Khan. I really appreciate all the help she helps us with, everything she helps us with and all that, and DOJ. But just, I think it's very important. very important that it needs to be done as soon as possible. I'm not sure, but we need your guidance on, Madam Chair, how we can pursue that. If certain entities need to be involved to come together and to really make it clear how our constitution can work when it comes from the federal government, even state government. And one of the things is that, when we say consultation, you know, before a leadership makes a statement for an impacted area, they need to consult with the people. That's the most important thing, is consult with people before nomination makes an official statement on certain things being proposed by the nomination. So the people have to be definitely being consulted with. That's the most important thing. Thank you, Madam Chair, and we need your leadership on this. Members of RDC, thank you.
So, just by listening to the dialogue is that in regards to get an immediate, fix to addressing this and having that one voice with the executive and, who we know is the CEO of the executive branch, Boo Nygren, Ms. Khan, can we get a letter drafted on RDC's position that any type of federal or state governmental issues that is related to any one of the, well, in this case, it just has to be RDC committee because I can't speak for the other committees because I do not really understand their position. But, that we would, recommend that Office of President and Vice President consult with the Resources and Development Committee and or the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Again, that the Resources Development Committee is stressing this because of the consultation with our local constituents is one of the biggest concerns. So that would be a temporary letter that we can get to President Nygren. I don't know if that would require like the full members of RDC to sign along with Speaker Curley, but we probably have to get her up to speed on why RDC is making this position. Now, going forward is, yes, we most likely would have to look at the legislation as well, Ms. Khan, in regards to any issues related to what Resources and Development Committee is charged in per the Title II, and how that legislation can be drafted in terms of pretty much cultivating that true tribal consultation with leadership, meaning the 25th Council or RDC, not just through the 106 process that was mentioned, that BLM, Department of Interior, is utilizing, and that would just be, you know, through historic preservation, but more so from the leadership capacity with the 25th Council. That, in a nutshell, that's how that legislation would have to be drafted, but I know that you all do your research and see how we can get that language in place and possibly send it to all the RDC members to see if it pretty much has all the parameters of the concerns and the issues that was brought out here by our colleagues here on RDC. So that's 2 tasks. And then the last one, since we have Ms. Arvizo Siaco here, I know you represent OPVP and assigned to RDC, you mentioned. Can you go ahead and see what days President Nygren has available so that maybe a good 2-hour time slot? Because there was President's priorities that was shared with, I believe it's the full Resources Development Committee or even the 25th Council. We'd like to discuss that and some of these issues that are coming up like this, where again, we want one voice to stand on, whether if it's advocating here on Navajo Nation, the county level, the state, or the national level. I think it's very imperative that we do need to have that one voice. So next week, I think what time did the special session meeting start? 9?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the special meetings are always scheduled to start at 10 o'clock, but it can be changed to 9.
The reason why I'm saying is if we have a 2-hour availability, then we can actually meet for 2 hours from 8 to 10, then run over to council. So that would be a recommendation should be Shonda, and then I guess collaborate with Rodney see what days president has, so that we could try to fit that into our schedule as shown. Chiage, Honorable So.
Last, we attempted to meet with the president,
I know we couldn't all,
and he only gave us 30-minute time slot, and I thought if I was looking at the text, and I was with email, and it was like, is council work 35 minutes, 30 minutes? Am I really saying this? And so, it's the Saturday. She's like, yeah, and I'm like, I think we shouldn't treat our tails to get him to go meet his schedule. He should come here. He should come here. That's my thought. Whether he has a schedule to go wherever, but I'm sure he can say, hey, RDC's here, get me on the agenda, and we're going to have this conversation with him from 10 o'clock to 12 regarding these issues. This is a committee meeting. This is the business of the nation. Ben. Right there, subpoena, what's that? If we could get Mariana to go ahead and issue a subpoena and let us, maybe that's the only way we'll get them to come to, RDC. What's that? That's just a thought, and subpoena powers is part of, standing committee's authority.
yes, I can hear you.
So that's in our authority. Ako, even now, not only, thank you. Every time I start digging into it, and it should be, thank you.
Thank you, Chiage, Honorable Otto. So, Ms. Khan, has it ever happened to request office or president come to a RDC meeting to, address some of the issues that RDC is facing, along with looking at his, priorities and how we can work together on a regular RDC agenda?
On a regular RDC agenda, I cannot recall the request to get the president to come to this particular standing committee. The request has been for the council, to request the president to come. But I don't recall for this particular committee. In general, I was looking up their powers. There definitely needs to be an examination of the authorities of the president and with regard to the authorities of this particular committee, what this committee has oversight over. And this comes up from time to time. So I just do want you to know that the president does have certain authorities which are outlined, just like the council's authorities are outlined in the code in Title II. The president's authorities are listed starting at Title II, 1005. And so there are various authorities that are spelled out, and one that comes close to some of the areas that he is representing the nation on is the president shall represent the Navajo Nation in relation with governmental and private agencies and create favorable public opinion and goodwill towards the Navajo Nation. And that is a very broad statement, and it is in the powers of the president. And then that's just like RDC has particular powers, the president also has particular powers. And he's exercising one right now with regard to the budget. So that I do want you to know that when you have time, if you would look at those particular powers, there is nothing that particularly spells out any federal who has the responsibility to be recognized by the federal government with regard to the 106 consultation. That is not spelled out, and of course was not in existence when the code was passed. So that is something to be looked at with regard to the language currently in the code. And so we'll work with our office and also the Department of Justice and Ms. Salvo on an examination of the consultation that is currently being sought, or supposed to be sought by the federal government with regard to nation issues.
So with that clarification, I guess we can go ahead and see if we can get a 2-hour meeting with President. Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, to expound on what Ms. Khan did indicate, RDC does have its powers of authority too, and that's in Title II in Section 501 where it says powers. In it does indicate B4, subsection 5, and it says that to represent the Navajo Nation at local, state, and federal levels in cooperation, in coordination with the President of the Navajo Nation and appropriate committee of the Navajo Nation Council on proposed resolutions acting and affecting natural resources, energy resources, economic community development, road and transportation matter, capital improvement, including recommending approval for annual capital improvement project budgets of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Indian Health Services, and other departments or agencies of the United States in housing development. In addition, it does go on to further say 6, to coordinate with the President of the Navajo Nation and appropriate divisions or programs to lobby the state and federal and other agencies related to this committee's purposes. So I guess Ms. Khan and Office of Legislative Counsel can look further to that, whether or not this is a shared responsibility of both the OPDP and Resource and Development Committee, but it does outline that we do need to cooperate and coordinate with the Office of the President and Vice President on matters that the Resource and Development Committee oversees.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Tahi. It really does help. So with that, we would like to, again, I'd like to acknowledge the request by Honorable Otto Stowe to recommend having Mr. Nygren come before Resources and Development Committee at a regular meeting. Time slot would be specifically 2 hours to get more consensus on his priorities and getting RDC up to the level of just examining his priorities and what we need to do as legislative branch to be able to assist the executive branch in hopes that a lot of his priorities would be attainable. And the only reason why we as Resources Development Committee leadership want to work alongside him is, again, it comes back down to our grassroots people, our people at the local level. It's not because we want to fulfill some sort of promises that were made during campaigning, and none of that stuff has to be there. I just hope that these priorities are all based on the need through feasibility studies that might have been done on Navajo Nation. So so again, that would be the request, number one, to get a letter going to President Nygren that would require all of the members of RDC that we want proper consultation with RDC. And what do we mean by tribal consultation? In that meeting, we can address that. But furthermore, look at a legislation that would differentiate the 106 process consultation with BLM and Department of Interior versus what we mean by tribal consultation and having leadership there at the table. Although the third one is invite President Nygren to RDC's meeting. I'm hoping that we'll be able to get him on September the 20th. Because again, we do have listeners on the call, and we just owe that to our constituents. And our stakeholders of the Navajo Nation to really hear the dialogue from both legislative and executive in regards to some priorities that he had listed on his list. So just take that word back for us, Ms. Siaco. So would that be okay, members of Resources Development Committee? Vice Chair?
I'd like to, make a directive to the, Historic Preservation Department, to Richard Begay, Department Manager, and the whole department, that they report to RDC of any kind of activities impacting Navajo Nation land or surrounding land prior to, any kind of monuments or, anything that'll be reported to RDC.
So, Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, I just would like this body to keep in mind that any directives that are issued per Title II, Chapter 3, Subsection 2, Section 189B, it quotes that committee directives shall be limited to matters under such committee directive oversight and shall be provided by a simple majority vote of all committee members. All approved directives shall be memorialized in writing and signed by the presiding officer and provided to the office of the president and affected divisions within 3 calendar days of the committee approval, unquote. So we need to have this put on the agenda for approval. In addition to that, we need to have it written so that way it can be signed, and that's how directives are issued per the divisions and the departments. We can have that added to this agenda, which we would have to amend, but we would need time to draft it, or we can have it on next RDC's agenda for it to be read into the record in its entirety with the draft ready to go.
So with that directive that Honorable Vice Chair Johnson recommended to HPD to report to Resources and Development Committee before any type of interaction takes place with federal or state agencies regarding any activities that would be related to Resources and Development Committee. So that particular directive, with your okay, Vice Chair, to add it on to the next RDC agenda.
She had a directive.
Okay. And then yes. And then the other directive is from Ms. Honorable Claw in regards to the cooperative agreement that was mentioned with the co-stewardship for the Grand Canyon Monument Land Withdrawal. That would also be 2 directives that would have to be on the next meeting agenda. Okay. Ms. Kwan, did you want to add anything? Are we confusing you?
Well, I hear you like 2 directives, and one with regard to cooperative agreement that was raised in the presentation, and I'm just trying to figure who that one would be a directive to. While it is a land issue, it might involve, this would be an intergovernmental type of agreement, and it would, or a topic that would involve Nabikia Committee. That is where I see that particular directive at this point anyway, coming from. So that would be something for the Nabikia Committee. Involves them also, the whole council, it being an intergovernmental agreement statement, working for that inter-cooperative agreement. Anyway, I will go ahead and research it and then find out if it is our Office of Legislative Counsel's recommendation that directive comes from Nabikia.
Yeah. And again, it's co-stewardship through management planning and implementation. Again, I would, presume that the 3-branch government would have to agree to it. So, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Mr. Begay.
Just some final comments. As far as I know, the monument, is still, under organization, if I can call it that. I don't know if there's a monument manager appointed yet for that, so I don't have a contact with, the actual monument itself. As you see in the brief here that was provided by CDOJ, it is made up of BLM and Forest Service land, much like Bears Ears. And it does have a commission that will be established. There's no information about that commission yet, what they call the Tribal Commission, which was specified in the proclamation. So we don't know, who will be on that commission. This is, an idea that they took from the Bears Ears National Monument, for Bears Ears Days, the Bears Ears Commission, and Delegate Yanito serves on a representative to that commission. So there will be both a cooperative agreement, possibly with the monument, but there'll also be a Dabo Nation official representative to that tribal commission. And in the past, it was President Nez and in the current administration, President Nygaard, who appointed those commission members. So just FYI, if the RDC wants a piece of the action, if you will, we'll make sure that we advise the President on that.
Mr. Bushy?
I will certainly give you the information about who the monument manager is, where we stand with the actual implementation of the monument. I can certainly give you that information via memo or something.
Mr. Bushy? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Begay. So with that, members of Resource and Development Committee, do we have, any additional questions or comments?
Question?
Go ahead. Vice Chair?
So, let's say President Trump gets reelected, and can he rescind that monument? All monuments?
So the question here is, when President Trump becomes president, can it be reversed?
That's probably more of a question for a lawyer types, but I'm assuming, there's some expectation with that, with the Chaco land buffer zone designation by Holland, that if there is a Republican administration, that will probably most likely rescind her designation on the buffer zone. And there is some effort, of course, about the Bears Ears as well, but I'm not the one to, make that determination or to provide, advise, courtesy on that.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC, you had not presenters. Madam Chair, I want to clarify this. We as delegates were elected to represent the people and hear their voices. And we have one individual going out there making these official statements to the federal government, not consulting with the proper oversight committee. And we're the ones out there who have to explain why this was done by the federal government. Again, going back to all these issues that have happened today. We're the ones out there who have to explain what happened. And it's not good for us to say we were not consulted with. We should be part of all these discussions. Be sure that what conveyed to our Navajo people was done as one voice for OPDP and the council. That's why we're pushing for that. And before any official statement is made by the nomination, we as individuals, we as council delegates have to take that back to our people. And again, same with the president, before he or she makes the official statement, it should go back to the people, saying and explain to what the federal government is proposing. Then we have the official statement from the people, from listening to them. Proper consultation, properly consult our people, and the federal government has to properly consult with Navajo people, because that our consultation, our feedback will come from our Navajo people, the impacted areas. That's what we're pushing for. So those statements for our Navajo people, we make sure we convey it to the federal government during the consultation. That's why we need to really clarify our consultation process internally, aided by the state. I'm sure. Thank you.
Fukushi? So, thank you, Honorable Simpson, for the in-depth clarification in regards to advocacy and what we mean about what do we really mean about advocacy? So, again, Ms. Khan, in regards to the letter that we want drafted to President, that particular, in-depth consultation would have to be, inclusive in the body of the letter as shown in, just to convey that message that we as, leadership that are elected by our constituents at the local level would like to take, the issue or the federal government's position on a certain topic back to our community constituents first to get their response and or concurrence before, the president or leadership, take it out for a official, public, response. So we're just requesting that, respect again due to the high volume of, questions that come from our constituents when certain issues are, being informed to our constituents via any type of a media platform. So it's able. All right, so we've got some next steps on this, and I'll go ahead and just do a follow-up email so that Ms. Khan didn't miss anything, and I've written down everything here. So again, thank you, colleagues of Resources and Development Committee. Okay, so with that, I'd like to go ahead and take a roll call vote for the report from Department of Justice and also Natural Resources on the executive order designating the Grand Canyon National Monument.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for accepting report on from Department of Justice, Natural Resources Union, Division of Natural Resources. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excused. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ottoso, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Ottoso votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Mr. Tahi for that. So, members of Resources and Development Committee, I know that we had deferred on the prior item, letter B, regarding update report by, Heritage and Historic Preservation Department on the activities regarding Chaco Cultural National Historical Park, U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management, on the 106 Process and Cultural Sites. Since we do have Mr. Begay here, I just want to hear the members of Resources Development Committee if we'd like to go and revisit item letter B. Vice Chair, what are your thoughts?
I'd like to just continue on to C, D, E, and then we can put that item A after E. Because we do have the presenters here.
Okay.
They've been waiting, so
Okay.
they were here on time.
Honorable Clark?
I will concur with Vice Chair.
Fukushi? Okay, Jean, Honorable also.
Okay.
Go on that. All right, so with that, we're gonna take it on to item letter D, report from the Navajo Department of Justice, Natural Resources Chapter Unit, General Land Development Department on the Navajo Nation Burial and Cemetery Regulations for final consideration. And we do have, presenters, Ms. Blackhat. We do have presenter, Mr. Roderick Begay. We do have presenter, T. Anderson Nabasco. So you do have the floor for 20 minutes for your presentation.
Got it. Madam Chair, members of the RDP, and guests. Roger Begay check, put in something for the team, on the HSC, those did not do me that's another. And, just wanted to do a brief chronology. We have our burial statute was from the 1950s. And then in 1996, the Navajo Nation created the Shaw policy. And then in 1999, RDC passed a resolution recommending that all chapters include a cemetery into their land use plan. But there's never been a comprehensive set of policies or regulations. There's nothing to answer the question about family plots, about cremations, about roadside memorial, and several other issues. And I think that grazing officials, chapter officials, even council delegates, and even here at Winter Rock probably have experienced a family needing to bury someone quickly, and there's no policies to guide anyone. And so when we met in this very same room about 3 years ago, right before the pandemic hit, and it was through the General Land Development Department making some recommendations about creating some regulations. So we teamed up 2 units in DOJ plus the General Land Department to create some comprehensive regulations. And we actually finalized it. We submitted it for grazing committee recommendations and comments, Navajo Land Department, and others. And it was finalized. And the first finalized copy was in November of 2020. And then, but it was hard to do anything during the pandemic. So we had during the prior administration, we had meetings with RDC, and we kept updating RDC on the progress. And there's some controversial issues in the regulations, which I'll get to here in a second. But because of those controversial issues, we kept wanting more public comment and input on those controversial issues. And so last year we met at Twin Arrows. We invited a lot of people, and they also submit comments on the draft burial regulation. After we met, it was decided that this old 1950 law had to be amended. And so we pursued that through Ms. Khan and myself. We drafted some amendments to our old burial statute. And under the 24th Navajo Nation Council, they approved that under Council Resolution CD-73-22. And so in that amendment, we made it very clear that RDC has the authority to develop those comprehensive regulations. And so using the latest draft at that time, we started using, and the latest I have is June 2022. We started to see if we can move forward with those drafts, but again, like I said, there's some controversial issues, and so we created 2 separate drafts. One draft has everything in it, but the second draft, it eliminates family plots and also eliminates roadside memorials. And by saying that, what I mean by that is it would be a Navajo Nation leadership decision whether to prohibit family plots and roadside memorials. And so those are the 2 very controversial issues in the draft right now. And so that's why there's 2 drafts. So when you read the draft, and I shared this, and I can share it again, with the committee, it makes it very clear that we're not talking about the discharge policy from 1996, because there are traditional practices that, you know, some of our relatives still follow, and so we're not talking about this. We're talking about when a family, you know, uses a funeral home, has, you know, going out to the cemetery, and we need to know what, you know, how wide it must be, how long, the width, depth. And then if a family has their own family plot, then, you know, what are the regulations there? And so when you look at the draft, and I'm going to go through the one that has everything first. And you'll see that it starts with just some general policy. The discharge policy, that we're not talking about that in this. And then the next section is just creating some definitions. And then designations of sites. You know, what we recognize is that there's a series of policies and regulations governing Navajo Nation land. So, you know, whether it's the Navajo Nation Cultural Resources Protection Act, Antiquities Act, Historic Preservation Act, Archaeological and Historic Preservation Act, American Indian Religious Freedom Act, you know, and the list goes on. And so we're being cognizant and aware that, you know, these policies do have some relevancy regarding burials, and especially our Title 16. There's a reason why we issue business site leases, land use permits, farm permits, and all of the other things, because they authorize the use of land. And so the thought was, you know, we also create policies that authorize the use of land for burial reasons. And so that's what you'll see, and when you read the policy, that's what the intent of these comprehensive regulations are. We also define and explain the types of cemeteries, because if you look at the burial statute, it just we made an amendment because, you know, prior to the 2022 amendments, it was very vague about the types of cemeteries. And so in the regulations, we identify, like, cemeteries can be owned by a group of chapters or by religious organizations, cemeteries that are located on Navajo allotments. And so, you know, those types of cemeteries, including family plots, that's if the leadership wants to authorize family plots. Again, one draft says it's allowed, and this is how you do it. You have to get a land withdrawal. You got to get a lease. You got to take care of it. You got to designate a family member that will take care of it, and those things. That's what it prescribes if family plots are allowed. If it's not allowed, you know, obviously we just say family plots are prohibited, you know, and maybe just grandfather what the existing family plots, you know, that's a consideration. And then as you read further into the draft, there are burial standards, you know, liners, plot size, the spacing, and then the grave markers. It talks about that, and then the cemetery standards. So if RDC delegates the power of cemetery management to a chapter, it tells the person responsible for that cemetery, this is how you need to maintain it. You know, it has to have a designated officer. There has to be a funeral procession plan. You know, it talks about roadways. It also talks about prohibited behavior, such as, you know, allowed except for service animals. You know, those types of things, it makes it very clear. Also, there is an unstated policy that everybody's prohibited from spreading cremated remains on the Navajo Nation, but there's nothing anywhere in writing, and so these regulations would also address that policy and make that very clear. And then there's a delegation to chapters, makes it very clear, because that 1999 REC resolution doesn't really make it clear that there's a delegation to chapters. There's an insinuation, but this one would say, hey, chapters, you need to, this is how you maintain your cemetery. This is how much you can charge, because you hear stories, you know, some chapters are charging, if you're, you know, registered member, you don't have to pay $200. If you're not registered, you know, they're charging $1,000 or more. And so, you know, and this is another, I guess, policy question for Navajo leadership. You know, where would that be? What would be the maximum allowed to charge? Because if chapters are required to maintain these cemeteries, I mean, you go off the reservation, some of these cemeteries are really elaborate. You know, it's not enough to, you know, charge to make it so, you know, elaborate and expensive looking, but it has to be enough to allow them to maintain it, because they do use fuel for backhoes and stuff like that. So those are some things to keep in mind. So there's a good long section about chapters, and then the other controversial one is roadside memorials. You know, we see them all over, and we don't have an express policy. And again, that's very controversial. A lot of traditionalists and others don't want to see those, and so, you know, is it going to now be a policy to just outright prohibit it? You know, we heard from BIA that says, you know, they don't allow it on their roads, and then we looked at the 3 states, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. You know, New Mexico and Arizona are more lenient than Utah, but they all allow it, you know, and so it's very prescribed and very defined. What do we want to do for the Navajo Nation? So if we allow it, then, you know, it can't be, you know, big and you know, obstruction if we allow it. And so those kinds of issues are talked about in the regulations. Again, that's if we allow it. We can certainly, there is a draft that just says roadside memorials are you know, heretofore prohibited. And so that's one thing. And then cremation, again, talked a little bit about the spreading of ashes, but it would be a policy that makes it very clear that, you know, these funeral homes or, you know, future funeral homes, that this cremation is prohibited on the Navajo Nation. That's how we've written it in here. You know, if they want to do it off the Navajo Nation, you know, that's up to them. You know, that's up to the family and the individual. But, you know, that's another thing we put in here, that it would be, you know, expressly outright prohibited practice on the Navajo Nation. You know, cremation can happen on the Navajo Nation, and then you can spread ashes on here on the Navajo Nation. And so, so those are some of the things that we talked about. We even included the urns, and how you, one would have to bury those urns as well. And so, our old burial statute just talks about exhumation of remains, and so it, you know, we need to comprehensively identify what all of those things are, and this identifies that. You know, it talks about, you know, where in Title 13 it says that they need to get that permission, and then because COVID happened, one of the last parts we talked about is communicable diseases, and the burial of that. And, you know, at the onset of COVID, everybody remembered that everyone was so afraid of it, and we didn't know, you know, how to manage those types of burials. And so, you know, did we need a separate cemetery for those types of deaths? You know, it was very unknown, but, you know, at least this would try to help address those types of situations. And so that's what we input there. And then obviously penalties, you know, it would be similar to a civil fine if people were found to have violated the burial regulations. So there would be civil penalties assessed. So that's basically a rundown, at least from my presentation. I don't know if Ms. Black has anything, or you have anything to add.
I don't have anything to add, I mean, other than, you know, any regulations that are, I just hope glad that, you know, I would do whatever and coordinate with the chapter unit in terms of, getting these regulations, moving forward. But I don't have any additional comments to add other than, you know, what Mr. Begay has already provided.
Sakushi? Yeah. Thank you, Betsy, and also Mr. Begay for your presentation in regards to the, Eddie.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you, Chair. I just wanted to share a map. This is a map that was just we came upon and was shared from the Department of Forestry. One of their foresters a while ago took, just out random when he was out driving, and this is a small location on the Chipkas where it's showing burials. So, you know, they're out there. There's some that we're not aware of. But with these regulations, it would help to streamline the process of cemeteries, because we do have some legislation on hold right now for family cemetery plots right now from previous council, as Ms. Mariana Khan told us that we need to really get this into play, because, you know, we're holding up projects and we're holding up family cemetery plots. But as Mr. Begay here said, that it's really on leadership to say which version we want to use, with the roadside burials or without the memorials, and then without the family plots. Or how do, you know, I mean, that's really a decision that we're looking from leadership and our oversight committee. And of course, we would help streamline, just like we're saying, and have the delegation to the land department director as far as rules and regulations. And then also on the rental amounts, or the verbiage that would set the cost and the price, you know, so there won't be no outrageous costs set on these families at the time of their need, you know, at the time, because, you know, we're all real vulnerable when that comes to that issue, and we're told not to talk about it. So, but here we are, we're talking about it. So we need to move forward with getting these regulations in place, and we're looking to your guidance to continue this where we need to go. So thank you.
Okay, let me get a motion in a second. I'll go ahead and yield the floor over to Mr. Tahi. May I get a motion to accept the report? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
I'll second.
Yeah, Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chairman, for RDC, I emailed you guys the resolutions on that two-day work session that took place at Twin Arrows Casino Resort that Mr. Roger Begay is referring to. And in it, there's resolutions from Northern Agency Grazing Committee, Western Agency Grazing Committee, Chinle Agency Grazing Committee, 40 Pines Grazing Agency Committee, District 9 Grazing Committee, Eastern Agency Land Board District 16, as well as Daly, Wheatfield, Black Rock, Major Irrigation Farm Board resolution. And in all those resolutions, they've all pretty much indicated they don't want no family plots, family burial plots, because one, it also pleads on them to intervene in a lot of these cases too, so they would just rather not have it and just go regular to chapters making a designated area where family members can be buried. So I've shared that, those resolutions with you guys for your information as well. This was also part of the resolution that was used when we amended Title 16 regarding the land as well.
Yeah, thank you for that information, Mr. Toffee. So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, or what is the decision of, the members here? I know that we have, excused two colleagues of ours, so to really come to a full consensus, but right now I'd like to open the floor for dialogue for members of RDC in their position in regards to this. Because I believe that, just what, General Land Development Department had stated, that there are pending, family plot application requests that are pending from prior council, and then really the direction from local communities to really, learn what leadership position is and start exercising their burial, loved ones' burial in the way we, which direction we want to go, whether we choose to go with the family plots and the roadside memorials, or should we not choose to do family plots, but just grandfather the existing ones in, but no more further issuance of family plots. And I believe it's also the roadside memorial, right?
Yeah. Also, I just wanted to mention that we have been getting a lot of requests for community cemeteries. More recently, so, probably in the past couple months, a lot of chapters are reaching out to us to help with their, land withdrawal for community cemeteries, so that's also coming down the pipe.
So, who would like to go ahead and, Honorable Averso?
The area plot. So you have individuals who have the plot private versus the plots that are community oriented. And you have policies contradicting as a community plot versus a plot that like a family plot. But I do see what people say, and I think that, and it goes back to Title I, which is vague, but, and I glanced at the area policy, which, he did gave the first version, the second version, to add something in there and check out the wishbone and and things like that. But someone's gonna pull that up. The fundamental law that's on the goes the or is there really needs to be and in this, where's the Navajo-ness? Then this is just following whatever CFR or Arizona, I didn't need to, not Seymour Stowe, Eugene Stowe, Arizona Revised Statute, but is that Navajo-ness in it? The expansion is to get that, that feeling. And you don't have to relate to it, to medicine on that. People always say that, I always say that fundamental law is, if a person understands or have that basic concept. I always used to tell my uncle, my late uncle, I have as much seniority as you. My son Biagio. I have as much seniority as you. And then I tell him, na chin do shi sha chin e ni get in hata chin. That's the seniority that I have. I said, if it was against, if it was my they have absolute more authority over me. That's his only source of his goal is to provide the next lineage for that clan line. When it comes to this, Nedo could be I think that is we still have elders out there, you're going to get the term ye, you're going to hear that, but versus a community cemetery. I think that is something that needs to be weighed out, because there's not shadow with that. She kept being calm, I think. That's away from things other than in a confined area where it's in a controlled environment. Even I do see the ones that are along the road but going to these kids and even when they came out to that, people were just just like they only so I think that's what sparked this. Really sparked it. But that controlled environment, we really need to get that traditional aspect in it, so that that could be part of it. Because I always say that it's the Title I with the law of the land. Oh, cool. They'll say, but this title, because you're and then they always forget the knowledge of the Nikki Title I and that applies to every other title object. I think that's what sparked me to wake up now. I'm so for now. Thank you.
Let me go ahead and yield the floor over to Mr. Tide, and I'll give it to you, Honorable Clark.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, to add to what Delegate So did mention, the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission was invited to this two-day work session regarding the Bill of Regs and they did provide the traditional aspect to it. While these regs were still in draft form, what the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission shared with the Resource Development Committee, as well as the Department of Justice, who was present during this work session, the information was also incorporated into these regs as well. I just want to remind RDC that we can continue to have these work sessions, but we're never going to finalize it if that's the case. Remember, there's that 5-day comment period that also gives the public that access to provide their recommendations into the final regs regarding the burial. And that is something that this body can also consider when we start looking at those burial regs for final approval. As the Resource and Development Committee, when we amended Title 16, grants this body that authority to make those changes. And there's nothing that prevents this body from going back to revisit if it's not working out, that we can make those amendments, as this body does have final authority. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Mr. Bushy? Mr. Tahi? We will have that noted. Honorable Claw?
Okay, thank you, Shada. Mr. Brigade. I can say that there was a and I can tell there was a lot of thought put into it, and I know he is very thorough when it comes to regulations. Today, I think that we have two different policies before us as RDC. And for us to keep waiting and saying we need further discussions, you know, this has been going on for many years, and there have been work sessions and comments made. But I do agree with Shisui, Honorable So, in the sense that Tweedo Sani Atindisa Bajoba they Kaya Nagloshikip non Nishko Rosa E Atindisha, the Torizendo, Begin Kaya Bitsalagi E Atindi Hala. A co A Benecha A Bansis case. Rosa she they earned their right to be buried where they want to be laid to rest. A Bansis case. So there are already existing family plots, as Shitsui mentioned, you know, for Hemi as individuals that were buried together as siblings. They made that agreement. That to me is a community. A family is a community. So it's still considered a community decision. They have their own customary use, and they probably have their own grazing permit. So I do believe that, you know, for myself, I am in favor of family plots being regulated. So there is going to be a requirement through GLAD, and it's going to be an extensive process, much like a home site. Need to know you're really serious about your loved ones and giving them that resting place. These policies, it's written in here that you're going to have to take care of it. It's going to be on you as a family member, as the administrator of that plot. And I do believe that, you know, when I read these regulations, I did send to Mr. Tahi my recommendations, and then also these memorials. And there are family members I know that have put up memorials. Some were for fallen officers. So, you know, some of them, they are honoring some of their family members. But what I did recommend, in there was that there be a permit that would be, given to the authority of the land administration, land department, so that they can issue that and that be part of their fund management plan. So there were some slight changes that I did make, and I believe that this has been drafted, with a lot of thought, a lot of thorough thinking. And then in there, I know those resolutions are coming from the Eastern Land Board, and as Mr. Tahi said, grazing officials, Akonde'eya. To me, grazing officials do not have the authority to interfere with the livelihood of a family. Family is life and death. And so, you know, to me, I think that that's a family decision. But it can be governed by the Navajo Nation, done properly through clearances. And so that would be my recommendation. I am in the support of the family burial plot and the memorials, provided that there be the permits. And then ani no koshitsui Dinepabe has ani biyitsala. So in here, when I read the family administrator of their burial plot, you know, I believe when Shana thought about it, he didn't want to wrap all these restrictions on them. So aquif masala. Late ashi asafi pa ofna the halmodo some they might be is they nahaga sa she kadisi bikeo sa gamali or planet and lenikishi. So with that, he kind of made it general, but enough sufficient to where the family knows their responsibilities. So I do recommend that RDC move forward to select a policy with those minor recommendations, as I stated, with a permit and then the fee. And I did send that to Mr. Tahi. It was sent out, and I just plugged in any number. I said, for a memorial that's going to be along the roadside, that there be a permit fee of $75 a year, annual fee. And, you know, that would be up to the family. And if not, then, you know, I believe that the regulation said Navajo Department of Transportation would remove it. So that would be part of it. And then in there, just including little areas like shall, because we're saying that these are policies. So where I saw words such as may, because may means like you don't have to, but if you want to. So I did change a little bit of those that said may to shall. But that's just my recommendation, Shadis, and I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you.
Bagushi, Sheha, for your input, you know, as a leader, you know, your view of which regulations to go with. Vice Chair Johnson. Oh, sorry, Mr. Haluna, go ahead.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Resource Commission. I want to make 3 different points. When we started drafting these regulations back, I want to say 5 years ago, it's been a while, and akaunagi ya tikuro ye hatsi. Kinna o dikiki. Ako ya ita ba ida si chero ya. Ata has on it wala. Wala. Ako in ya ko chubita I soto ye. Has on it wala do aje ta ini ata 1,000. But we didn't want to insert it over here. Okay, that's a given already. So we're not trying to regulate, prohibit, enhance anything. It's in place. one question did come out of that, and we've had it in the past, was that, and that's the second point, when Human Rights Commission came in, the second point they were trying to address was funeral homes, the costs of funerals. How do we address that? How can that be addressed? Was one area that was also put on the table for us. Is there some way we could regulate them so they don't price gouge families? Or how can we do that? Because in that nation, we find our own burial policy for our families if we want one. Joe and on it, then so that could be something that we said we would look at how that would be addressed. So that was one thing from human rights was the traditional aspects of it, a concern. We assured them that if we're not impeding on that, that's a given. It's all in place. It's there. We don't need to discuss it. There. And then the funeral home aspects of it. And then the third one was the disputes that were happening. And there's some family plots that have good intentions, that were put in the right place since the 1920s or even earlier. And then there's others that they're using that to go and block or prohibit or whatever. And that's where the disputes come. I went to a meeting at Red Valley Burial with Yehadon. And I thought, man, they're going to beat me up. And then family plots was the number one thing that they all wanted to discuss. And that was brought up, and I was so surprised because we're impacting all our future use and how can we reverse that? Some of our families did that, and how do we stop that within the family was the other one. Now the third one was shrines. So shrines, I think the only ones that we will probably allow within the right-of-way are the Navajo Nation roads that NDOT oversees. State, CIA, AA, we gave them that right-of-way inside. So AA, he done it. So that's something, a little piece that we still need to, decide, or it's up to the state highway department that goes and cleans up. They want to take it down. They're bypassing that. So okay. But in home site leasing, you'll find that we put it in there, no burials in the home site lease. That was the concern that came up from the shrine aspect of those that are leasing there. So I just wanted to add that in the discussions that we've had and in the hearings that we've had regarding these regulations. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Olona. Vice Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry. Marta will call you, how to follow up.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, I have a question to probably Shana on the regulations. There was a portion under chapter burial plot fees, and then number 4, it says This subsection does not apply to other burial-related chapter fees such as excavation and backfill service fees. Such fees shall be applied equally and shall not be an unreasonable rate. So I just wanted clarification on that statement in there.
Yeah, Anna, members of RDC, if you make a comparison about what goes all into the burial planning process, one aspect of it is just the burial plot fee. And then, back in 2020, we created a chapter emergency burial, system where, they could charge a reasonable amount, and we recommended that they waive their fees for, use of, backhoes to, dig up these graves, and so, those come at a separate cost, and so that was, the idea behind that provision was to, if a chapter's gonna, segregate these different fees, that, ultimately it's reasonable, so it doesn't impact the family, but, if we wanted to itemize all of the possible fees, we could also do that and limit it. I just wanted to, maybe, just address the burial plot fee and get the recommendations on that, and then make it at the discretion of the chapter, because they also have different, use fees for heavy equipment and, for gas and what have you, and so I didn't wanna over-regulate, and so that's the reason why it's kind of vague in regards to the other fees, but it's really specific on the burial plot fee.
Bushy? Yeah, did that clarify your question?
Oh, Otto, the other one was just the $150, so, I think that's a reasonable amount, but how did you guys come up with that number?
That's why it's highlighted, I think, was it you, Mr. Halona? I don't remember who it was. I don't wanna put him on the spot, but it was someone who recommended $150. It didn't come from me, I just don't remember who it came from. We've had so many different comments, and so that's the one that just stayed in there. I mean, you could increase it if you want, but that's why it's highlighted in yellow. I don't know what the ultimate decision of the committee would be.
Okay. Then one final question for the Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable Claus?
Okay, and then I did, see other memorials prohibited, and in here it says, except as set forth in these regulations, memorials or other markers are explicitly prohibited in all tribal parks, Navajo forests, and woodlands, and I wanted to add in moratoriums. But, because moratoriums, you can't even build a home site anyway, so, and I just don't want anyone to get that, wrong impression that it's a moratorium. Like, I'll use Canyon de Chelly. There's a moratorium on Canyon de Chelly, and let's say they want to erect a memorial up there, and they go there, but they say, oh, you didn't include it in here. So I think moratorium would just be my recommendation to add in. And that's it. Those are my final comments.
Honorable Otto Silk?
Earlier, I alluded to the right-of-ways that the nation has granted to, the state of Arizona. I think we did allow the state of Arizona to utilize that proposal or that right-of-way sector for transportation purposes without any fees or anything. But what I'm getting to is that bottom line is the stuff is still travel trust land. So meaning that I think the state of Arizona, we could trigger a government-to-government meeting with the state of Arizona to communicate with them. That way, whether it's a a shrine that we put up that is not, that's there. But what I'm getting to is that I think with the collaboration with the state of Arizona, I think we can work with them. For an example, state of Arizona, beyond Phoenix and off the reservation, once an election happens, the candidates are supposed to take down their vote for me sign right away, and then they get fined if they're if it's beyond that state. You drive down the road and you still see campaign signs stick on top of the Tristan Mountain, Vince James for council, or you see Municipal Prez down at between Kikichi and Ganado, or you see the I think it was Nigerian campaign poster still stuck on top of Hogarth Stove. And and that's what I mean. I think with the state of Arizona, I think we need to have that one-on-one collaboration so that we can address those. And I think we'll be able to work out something with them because they do take down political signs within the right of way. Okay, that's the state of Arizona. At one point, they did that to me, so had a conversation with the state of Arizona at one point. So, but thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, to add to what Delegate So did mention about the traditional aspects of this, I did email out the report from the Nomination Human Rights Commission regarding their study on the burial regs. And in the report on page 43, it does indicate that after several consultation working with the Hatasis, that the return to the site of Ishishai, if I'm saying it correct, a term that refers to things that are associated with death as well as burial sites. They disapprove of memorial sites. So this would include, from my understanding, also what we see on the roadside. But again, that goes into the question of, is it state road, which the state would take care of, BIA roads, which the Bureau of Indian Affairs would take care of, and which nomination roads, which NDOT would take care of. But this is the traditional aspect that the Human Rights Commission has incorporated, and part of the two-day work session that was held at Twin Arrows Casino and Resort. And also, just for RDC's record, Mr. Leonard Gorman is on the call, and he's Executive Director for the Human Rights Commission, and I'm sure he can expound more on the traditional aspect regarding the bail regs. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Mr. Tahi, I want to hear from Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just trying to buy some time and listen to our discussion, and again, this is something that really needs to be addressed and brought to the table, and I'm just gonna I hear my colleagues and everybody else that shared their perspective and their thoughts on this. I would consider the no family plot and no roadside memorial. All I gotta say.
Sagoshi? Ado, Shanatani, not Sinini. They are neck at a baby for this now. Ani Ayan Leda and Khas Tui Sani. Traditional law be the never because Ani be says a lane. They don't have Tui Sani, the in the Lego the Nao.
park is the le tabakat ahna edo dai Hawaii is a good laid on the branch of a tree are yo de in the yabi is for he kai the yadishni nigi di kanani anigi millennial so Gen X or Gen Z is the nini baby boomers they are so a very low percentage on the never has on yet. Although such a net and everyone has their own perspective. But the yogic to kun na saw that no one chose like it. Although living a yap has anantle a charge anyway be deep nini Akui Jibin Yakubi Rahadi Daho Timpaho Sani Sang Kawege Sango Edichet Dahas Pit Kate Ebane Ido Kachonje Kodat Agi Bahas Pit Koshe Kodo I agree with Vice Chair Johnson. Shay I stand with the regulations without any further approvals of family plots and roadside memorials. They article basis. But a yashina antino biketi conlated down should chase masana. Has twisani kono oya the halmetle. The codishi for is a need ego to events for basic height. Open nago a quick this case. I stand on the position with going with the regulations that do not allow any family plots for the memorial alongside the roadside. So that in hopes that, we hopefully, bring our people out of hurt, the unknowns of these ceremonies that needs to be done. This is what I hear from a lot of our Twisonis. We have a different set of mentality, a different way of living. We pretty much accepted the Western way of living. And then family plot, no. I was chapter coordinator for Rock Springs chapter. I, as a chapter coordinator, got involved with so many disputes because of family plots. Families are not going to be responsible, let me just tell you that up front. Regardless, if you throw the policies in the leader, sign in that they're not gonna take that responsibility. And then they don't want to pay extra money. Because I've seen it, I worked with it at the local level, but yet they can go to the city of Gallup and pay $800, but they'll complain to us chapters. So it was really hard to try to educate them. So even paying a fee for a burial plot, I really disagree with that too. We have a high percentage of unemployment rate here on Navajo Nation. We have a lot of people that have a fixed income, and yet we're imposing more fees on them. And then when we are requesting new family plots, guess what has to happen? A land withdrawal. You're talking legal description. Who's going to pay $500? Who's going to pay the archaeological fee? Parents are not the hospital. So I can get even 1 acre you own in the lake. Survey and don't let you up at the solo archaeology and don't let you own less. So, this is just, what I've come across working at the chapter level, and straightforward. I just don't think that we need to continue with family plots or memorial sites along the roadside. So I just wanted to state that from my position, and again, this is just from experience, and leda na kinigi teya, it bagin linigi. So, and it seems like we're like even on our decision here, like 2-2. So, kodon linigi, dan hinatani benan nishite de ini kodon hitato nela. So kodon linigi, Mr. Tahi with prior, RDC has mentioned that there has been Human Rights Commission that has come, and Otto also stipulated or even shared with us resolutions. And if you look at from a grazing standpoint, it does impede on the acreage for our land users again, not owners, but the land users. So, so up in Yachas Anosha Cemetery, they're told to withdraw 40 acres every chapter community. So, I don't know how we would have to do this, Rodney, one with or without, in terms of that decision. Did you have anything to add?
Somebody had their hand up.
Oh, Mr. Begay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair, maybe for giving me just a few minutes. It's been a while since I've actually read the regulation, the proposed amendment. The one thing that probably should be in there is that once a person is buried, that person stays buried. I know it's obvious, but, you know, we get lots of requests, not lots, we get a few requests a year at HPD to move burials. And they're buried in here. We want that person moved elsewhere. Now, know that to HPD. We get a lot of those calls because of family disputes. And then there's nobody in charge of the cemeteries here on the Now Foundation. There just isn't. So I think there ought to be a central person that should be in charge of overseeing burials and cemeteries on the reservation. But it is a big issue. We get people literally calling us, these are in-laws, he's an in-law, we don't want him next to us. Who made the decision to bury him here? These are real questions that we have to deal with. So the other thing I really want to talk about is the fact that DOJ's doing a revision to the Cemetery Act, and we know they're all problems, but we don't know where those burials are, or how many of those family plots there are. We don't know where they are. There's lots of historic burials, cemeteries out there. We don't know where those are. Land Department doesn't have them, General Leasing Office doesn't have them. So about 2 or 3 years ago, we got money through the AIF, the Agricultural Insurance Fund, from the Department of Ag. And exactly what you're saying, it does. These burials have affect grazing. They have also burials that are in farm plots and shiprock. I mean, so they do affect the land use for agricultural purposes. And so we have decided that we would use that money to actually begin the inventory of where these burials are. So chapters and start use that, locate those burial cemeteries and share that information with Land Department and the General Leasing area. To start a database of where these places are, because we do report what archaeologists go out there report the development, like home sites or whatever. They do report the locations of those family plots or individual family burials, historic burials, and so on. So, but we don't know where those are. Nobody's keeping track of that. So we want to use that money, and we just actually hired somebody this week to do that work, to begin collecting that information, so we have a central database of where these burials are. I mean, we're trying to regulate them, but we don't know how many of them are there, where they are. So that's what we're trying to do at HPD, because it really does affect project development at HPD. I mean, I can't remember who said it, but Mr. Malone probably. People are using burials to stop development. I mean, we see that at HPD, Solomon, I don't need to go about that. So we're using that information. We want to use that information, collect that information, and share it with both, you know, the DNR department, the community development, whoever, for project management purposes. So at some point, hopefully, we'll be able to update the committee on that as well, this committee, on where we are with that. We actually had, several, applicants, but once they found out they had to be dealing with burials and cemeteries, they said, no, yes. So it took us a while to get the finally somebody to accept that position. And that person started on Monday. So we should be able to start collecting some of that data and sharing it, sharing it with the land and so on, coordinating with them to collect, to make this database of where all these burials are. So I just want to share that with the committee. Thank you.
I wish we could have Mr. Begay. Mr. Todd, or Mr. Lona?
Madam Chair, Resource Committee, just a quick comment off of to help Richard and his office. If we are gonna put language in the regulations or legislation that says we're gonna grandfather those that are in existence now, that they have to report those to be considered grandfathered in. Then I think we could capture a lot of those immediately, and we'll know where those are for future development. 50 years down the road, what our great-great-grandkids will be planning, we'll know where their burial site is instead of discovering it differently. So, thank you.
Honorable Otto.
The other is that I think that, the, mortuary, they have a, responsibility also. And, directly working with the nation, and whether it's a application, sort of because, just for them to report to the nation of what transactions happening, just for our purpose. And I think courteous of them to adhere to that something needs to be developed. The other is that I believe, they do take some sort of GPS now, which is, tied to their files there I think they're perfect. I don't know if they're held to some sort of standard under their licenses. So meaning, if it's a mortician that is able to operate and that his or her business in the state of Arizona, so I think that, maybe we can have Department of Justice do some dumpster diving and see they can, fish out some from there and see what they're really held to. Because their license is filed with the state. If they're not, and if they're told to in their license, maybe working with other sub-government and so forth, and they're told that notification has any of them, if that's there, has any of the mortuary companies already come and say, hey, you have to turn this in, things like that. So that's just what I'm need to bring up too. So ishi ayupe ani na nisto ishi spirito halit around idea. See, that will spell out a lot of the requirements of the current more proclamation. The other is that it's that gouging. It is an issue. A lot of families are going through a lot of price gouging with that service. And then one of the I was talking to one of the patients averages that on the nation, I think there was 8 Indian Health Service facilities, type of facility on the nation. An average of 1 death per week per service, per facility. And you times that times 4, and you times that times 12. That's the average number that they utilize to order coffins, and that's their basic order rate based off of what's coming out of Indian Health Service. If they're utilizing that number, you know, there's a lot more, documented, burials out there. And Ebash, how do, I think these morgues, they're held to some sort of, standards. And we need to identify what type of standards they're held to by the state that they have their license issued from. For instance, like New Mexico, and Utah, that's all. Thank you.
I believe Honorable Shawna Claw, has information or recommendation.
Recommendation. So, Madam Chair, my recommendation is that, we did hear from Mr. Halona, and then also from Mr. Tahi, as well as the information presented from Human Rights. However, I do agree with Mr. Halona. I think if we can action Mr. Brigade to draft a grandfather clause for the existing plot, and then, I guess no more new family burial plots. If we could have that redrafted into this policy and presented to RDC within 30 days?
Next week, or 2 weeks,
Or in 2 weeks?
yeah, September 20th meeting.
And then I think, it's up to RDC as to, like, you can kind of like pick and choose, you know, if you don't want the memorials and shrines, then I guess we can just take that off the policy too. So, and then, now that I've heard from Mr. Halona about the right-of-ways, I think that, you know, that was, we don't want to give that misinformation to people thinking that they're able to apply for that. So maybe just to go ahead and eliminate the shrines and memorials as to not create confusion too. So that would be my recommendation, if they could come with the grandfather clause within the next 2 weeks with the new policy.
Okoshi, Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, to add to Delegate Claw's recommendation, just wanted to point out that in the regulations, without the road memorials and family plots, it only addresses new cemeteries. Nowhere in the policy does it talk about grandfather. So the recommendation from Honorable Claw, I think, is a reasonable one that Department of Justice's chapter unit can just incorporate into it, because this is talking about new cemeteries and moving forward, not going retroactive back to when the Navajo Nation was founded politically by the geo-boundaries of the U.S. government. We just got to move forward with the regs that are outdated.
Halona?
Forgot to put into the draft. And, President, Chairwoman, the research committee, it's been a long day. Now, what was it? Okay. Was that also we need to have, in there that clearly puts the funeral homes, responsibilities, spell out what they can do and what they can't do. When we were dealing with this family plot aspects of it, what they started doing was developing their own forms. They go and give it to the family, say, go get an official to sign it. And they'll go all over, and then they'll come to me, and I says, I don't have no authority to sign that for you. And so, that's what they were doing. The funeral homes knew it was wrong to take a body outside of a cemetery somewhere for burial. So to cover themselves, they were doing these permission or grant of consent or whatever you want to call them. And then finally, the grazing officials all stopped, said no more. Then they started going to the chapter officials, trying to find someone to sign these forms that would justify them that it was okay for them to do so. And we still get people coming in and asking for somebody to sign those. So I think make it clear that, you know, they're instructed is that exactly what they have to do, and must do on Navajo. At one time, I actually drafted a letter to go to all the funeral homes, and that stated that, you know, if they come on, if they do burial outside of a cemetery, it'll be considered trespass. But I couldn't get the approval to get that letter signed to go to all the funeral homes because there was the way the code was written. So anyway, with that, thank you.
Ogoshi? So with that, there are two recommendations, to come back for a revisit, and I believe this is going to be the, draft burial and cemetery regulations without roadside memorials and family plots, to, include language provision, existing family plots to be grandfathered in. The next one is, proper language provision that explicitly, tells or directs the funeral home's responsibilities of do's and don'ts in regards to family plots in this policy that was brought here before us. So with that, we can have a revisit back on September the 20th. RDC?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, I recommend that we have this updated report on RDC's approved special meeting, which is scheduled for Friday, September 15th. As these regs have been held up quite a bit, that we need to get the final updated draft presented to RDC so legislation can be dropped, as we were holding up several of the requests that General Land Development Department did indicate. If RDC recall, we did approve a special RDC meeting on Friday, September 15th, up at northern Upper Fruitland chapter area. So I believe that is enough time for DOJ's chapter unit to make those incorporation and changes for us to receive, for this body to receive an updated report. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Ogoshi? Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable Aroso?
Question, we know that, been taken to, you know, to the, pretty much to the general public, and the Twin Arrows, grazing officials, but, I think there was two of them that happened, and I went to one, and I didn't see the Navajo Nation there, meaning the people. And what type of set of public hearing has this, has the nation, brought forth? Because, like for the homestead lease policy, public hearings happen out there. There's public hearings there, there was one on there, and there was a chapters. But, this something to think about, because this policy was drafted in the midst of COVID. I know, but by the time you started to say we're gonna approve it, COVID was here. So what I'm saying is that the public hearing out there, whether it's in support, whether it's against, public hearing is not a thing to say yes or no. A public hearing is to bring out the issue to them, to inform them. It is, ani nas gasto on and at the end of the day, at the end of the meeting, that ani inak, ni ve las leo, nas ve las leo. That's all, or just like the homestead lease regulations, that people say it's okay, when you say people want to suspend it, people say, we need to put more teeth on there, so everybody should get that, informing the public, in the, 5 agencies. As an example, where we're gonna do the public hearing for the Chief Justice, they only wanted the confirmation for the Chief Justice to happen in one town in each agency. And that one town is not the Navajo Nation. So, those are just something to think about over the badge and or just these kids. Because when we get back, especially the family die here, the dawn, the up on these kids, shady up on this kid. Dawn, so those aspects, and I would say that as an elected leader, you can't satisfy everybody, because the issue is that there's the right wing and the left wing. Thank you.
Pushing. And I believe that, the team had taken those, initial steps, right, for public hearings, public comment?
Not.
This is a crazy official effect.
Not the way he's talking about it. Just just a work session, just those types of things, multiple RDC meetings. But outside of Twin Arrows, there was really no public hearings.
Okay, Mr. Connie?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, to elaborate on what Mr. Begay did indicate, that there has been multiple discussions on this. And those multiple discussions have been on Zoom, and they've been live streamed, which is made to the public. And again, this was before COVID, during COVID, and now it's after COVID. And this body, when they consider the regulations, it still has to go to a 5-day public comment period, and that's the word, public comment period. So it gives ample time for individuals on the Navajo Nation, off the Navajo Nation, to state their position, whether they're for this, against this, or they can provide their recommendations to it. In addition to the Twin Arrows one, it was live streamed, it was held on Zoom, it was open to all the grazing officials, land board officials. In addition, it was also the chapter officials as well. Yes, there was limited space because we still had to maintain the 6 feet apart. That's why we used up the entire facility to hold this 2-day work session. It's hard to believe to say that this was not made public, when in this day of age with modern technology, it was made public. And the recordings and the YouTube are still online, so they can still be accessed. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Pushing. Question?
Well, that changes my position, and that I think a public hearing to the agencies, I think that'd be fair, that they hear these two options in the burial.
Yeah, Vice Chair. We have to always remember our constituents out there. We're trying to get telecommunication connectivity to these homes. How many of our elders knows how to go on Zoom the responding and the older generation. I think they should have heard it. And Honorable Otto is right. In every new policy, there should always be that opportunity for constituents at the local level, and that is provided through public hearings. Whether if it's 5 across the Navajo Nation, you have to have a good media platform to advertise it so that you get a good audience. And from there, that needs to be picked up. But again, with this live streaming, the only way I knew about this is because chapter administration and officials, grazing, they knew about it. But the problem is that they disseminate the information that is here before us. I mean, how many people, other people across the Navajo Nation know about the with or the without? Which the isn't really. And so that's another concern, and I just don't want to get Resources and Development Committee slammed because we didn't convey this message or disseminate this message across the whole Navajo Nation through public hearings. So that's just also my concern, because again, it's always coming back to us to where we're never going to hear the end of it as delegates, because that's what we already hear right now. And I just think that would be the proper process. So, Honorable Otto.
9 years of service. That's what I see. And a deep thought as another existing policy. You have the federal government that has existing policy that governs whatever the leasing aspect and things like that, the CFRs. So when they go to change it, they have public hearings out there, and myself and Vice Chair went to a public hearing on
uranium.
It was uranium, and then this one was to the CFR down in Phoenix. It was I think it was for transportation to right-of-way process, and they were changing a process inside the federal regulation, and I think it was pertaining to NEPA or something like that. They had to bring that across to Indian country, so they brought it into the Phoenix area office region. We saw tribes from lower portion of Nevada come in. Phoenix area office services 43 Indian, federally Indian recognized tribes, and and then they had the virtual portion. Then they had it advertised too, and they went across Indian country to change that, and that was part of that consultation. And so for us, what do we have in place to consult the Navajo people on certain changing something in the law? That's the law. Like for instance, Title 26. We know that council. It's hard for council to change Title 26, but if we go and recommend to change Title 26, we trigger that portion and inform the people to get these insights. That's what it's never about. That's why it caught not in the middle. Because it's going to require 56 chapter approval to change Title 26. And if you tell the people, the people will pressure the chapter and say, be quiet, that way it's just not that chapter that's doing that local internal mechanism for them to control the community. up in that's the key factors to really get information back to the, on whether it's new law. So, thank you, that's all.
And then to add on to Honorable Arso's, remarks, last 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, we had a work session. We had, an individual come out from Coal Mine Canyon and some other places, raising officials. That's what was stated. You know, in the, after it's fixed and it's ready to get expedited in the Aden kitchen, you know, and pretty much, you know, the gentleman is like, you don't ask us local people what our thoughts are. So with that process, I would, recommend, because CDBG has been able to get public hearings done within the 5 agencies within a week and a half or 2 week span. And I don't know if, General Land Leasing with DNR, legal counsel to be able to achieve this within a 2 week time frame. I just think that's the better thing to do. What are your thoughts on this, Honorable Clough? Taking it back out to public hearings at the agency level.
Well, I was thinking about, this has been ongoing for 5 years now. And we are right in the middle of ARPA. So I'm just thinking about our constituents that are currently working on ARPA. The GLAD department has a big responsibility to carry out those projects. And I think the way that legislation works is, as leaders, you are the voice of your community. You should know your community. Although I have a traditional perspective, I still voice what my community wanted. I don't support shrines, but I have families in my community that have those up, and I spoke on their behalf. So I think as a leader, ultimately you do have a difficult decision to make. You know, whatever is decided among RDC, that moves forward to legislation. When that legislation gets dropped, that's when the public comment comes in again. During that time, that's when the chapters will put in their supporting or opposing resolutions. That moves forward to the council floor. That's where you make your decision, red or green, on these burial regulations. So I do not think there's a need to postpone this anymore. Just as GLAD department stated, this is hindering projects. This is hindering families from, you know, knowing whether or not they need to move forward. And so I think that I am in support of public comments and public hearings, but at this point, I feel like we have exacerbated the time, and I think that, you know, for myself, I would be ready to make a decision to move forward to decide which legislation needs to be dropped. And after the legislation is drafted, that's when us as delegates go out to the communities and we inform the public, you inform your voters of what legislations are being presented. At that time, you encourage them to post their comments or to get resolutions. So that's going to be what I wanted to say, Madam Chair.
Yeah. So with that, since we are discussing which policy, and we did mention we want to go with the one without policy, with the recommendation of the existing clause be grandfathered in, language provision to be added, along with the funeral home's responsibility, the do's and don'ts language provision to be added, to be brought back to RDC for consideration on September the 15th. Once these language provisions are added, then we can, definitely go ahead and proceed in dropping legislation. And when the legislation is dropped, RDC has the final authority, right? So RDC has the final authority then, and whatever the comments are, given within that 5-day comments period, RDC will definitely take that into consideration, okay? So that's how we're gonna go forward with these burial, regulations. So it's gonna be the one without, but with the two, provisions to be added into the, without regulations. With Ayla, so, ayun kasi mazit at dinadas. Honorable Otto So, closing remarks.
I definitely agree to moving this forward, but one thing is that the general public, the ones that is gonna indirectly impact, they're not gonna say, hey, Roger McKay, hey, dude, lot. All they're gonna say is DOJ, that's all, in general. But over here, once we cast your vote, they would always just that not something, nothing that have this person that is really subjected to the homestead lease policy. And homestead electric struck hit, and the homestead lease policy hinders that family of getting electric, even through light up medical. She takes care of her mother, who her mom has an approved lease. And CPS won't bring service to her. But she takes care of her mom, and then she takes care of her brother, who is fatal alcohol, but lives adjacent to her mom's. I think it was a homestead boundary. So that's what a lot of homeowners indicate. I don't support it. I should leave the on that home for that. Which came in the we're gonna shift the capacity on it. Need that he run an impact. That was one of the OBEC, not Nino Benash. And right now, my recommendation to her was to apply for a home site next to your mom. And the home site is about half an acre. It has a apply for another home site next to it, go through the process. And so we'll go with that. But I can't control them to apply. I could tell them to apply from here, but I can't grab their hand and say go to the land department and apply for a home site lease or whatever. But I'm sure every delegate has their reason for that. So stop it. Certain things that you have to go back to get the Navajo people. Go back, Africans even yet. As an example, have a legislation that Honorable Beth Damon introduced. And whether we vote green, red, or green on that, the nations get the right saying no, we get the leste yaron da sa'i do baskada beda anina ani. But when it comes down to that, you know, you have that thing where you really answer back to the Navajo people. I don't, a lot of the discussion there online, pretty much in English. Next, after you, then, there's one, then, just a few, but, get easy. Unleaded ben he yaho, Ashwa class, not unleaded, from, the live stream, but not, but it's not there. And that's the population that I worry about. Ashwa ben he did it, that kind of kind. Those are just some of the things that I come across every day. You know, and I had a conversation with the lady Sunday pertaining to a right-of-way sign, and then next year, Robert, baby, question now. Then like the gun, the catcher, though, Arjuna, Mrs. Engine, the next baby, which is now, and so what's out to be turned into a deduction. Next edition to have these mobilization. I got you. Oh, I was a gun catcher. Catcher one day, she did, but none, it's not long without she, no. I don't up there, I did yes, the next, I should go, yes, up there, but nothing, so there's that communication issue. That's why I'm saying that the onus is back on the administration to inform the general public. Whether you put it on a paper and fly a plane over the community of St. Michael's and disseminate it, you know, whatever, but get them to inform them. They even before they buy this shit. Because when COVID hit, and even right before COVID hit, the president did a executive order, no more public hearing then. Remember that. Public hearings about how it's dead, and then they quite executive orders, so I remember that. Even not, even though it's on Zoom, we still owe the Navajo people that we informed them before, because the final authority is not at council, it's at RDC. I'm gonna vote on it, but you know, I did not maybe 26th council will come in and say, 25th council, you did this and hit it all. So, you know, it's just, but it comes down to Navajo people deserve some sort of answer on, or a public education regarding, public information regarding their burial, because it's going to impact a lot of people out there. Thank you.
Honorable Otto in a tough situation here.
But this is a recommendation, but just the thing, I'm gonna, if the public's not gonna, be informed out there, I'm gonna vote against the whole thing, because that's the basic thing. If this, like, if RDC was to cancel all grazing permits across the Navajo Nation, and we had the final authority, I wouldn't. That's suicide. That's suicide. The final authority lies in our RDC. We really need to get it vetted for them. Thank you.
So, with that, Mr. Halona?
Just real quickly, maybe this will ease some minds. We get several, I've lost count of the public hearings. One of the feedback we got from the public is, that was one feedback we got back on public hearings, and we've done many. We've been in this 5 years now, just these regulations. Homesite took 10 years. And we did when we did public hearings everywhere, every fair, we did surveys. We got how many boxes of comments? 14 boxes of comments from all those surveys and everything else. Okay, and all of them were on the extreme side. You should charge $500 a year for home sites. Why are you just charging $1 a couple? So, sometimes you get the information that you don't want to get in public hearings. And we've done, quite a bit, quite a few hearings. And then when it came to our research, okay, outside and non-authority, we went down to Twin Arrows. And we brought all the other entities in to be able to do that. If we start, there's one thing that somebody's going to always say is going to bring up is, what's A&A? You guys amended the code for burial, but you never came and asked us. And it's already been done. We amended the tribal code Title 13 already to open the door for these regulations to go through. Okay? So, I'm quiet. And so, all out of the public hearings, that's where you've got these two. There's the extreme, try to catch all regulations, and there's the other that said from public hearings, that I saw CEO, and then I sure April got on either cut on it, shrines, every resolutions, everything else, stop. So it's just the other parts that we had to finish. And I think we've got the amendments we need, and I think we really have something that is beneficial. It's there, but it's not there. It's that we recognize it. So, thank you.
Mr. Halona, right now, as this is a tough decision, I'd just like to get, our legal counsel, input as, okay. Mr. Begay?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the committee, it's a great discussion. I appreciate the debate, and, is not something that you start working on. Unfortunately, in my lifetime, I've attended so many family meetings, and what do the elders say at those family meetings? They always say in Navajo, you're not supposed to talk about these things, but when it happens, in these 4 days is when you can talk about it. And when we were at Twin Arrows Garden System, the same thing. And so it's really difficult because I'm a traditionalist. I've expressed that many, many times. And so working on these burial regulations is something that I think I took pride in trying to help the people over my own, considerations of my health, and however this might impact me. doing. And so if this didn't go through without careful thought. And so I appreciate the debate. I think that, it's a good recommendation to, go out for public hearings again, but it's been pending for a while now. And so that's the thing behind it, because you will get all extremes that Mr. Halona is saying, because it's like that with anything, you know. I remember reading the public comments about the death penalty and how, you know, you have the modern Navajos, you know, really pushing for it, and then the traditionalists saying, you know, you don't. And so you're going to get both extremes. How do you choose? How do you choose who to represent? And so those things are just real world, you know. I'm not even talking as a lawyer right now. I'm just thinking just real world, you know, things that we need to consider. And here we have something that we tried to draft, you know, when we talked about the prohibition on the roadside memorials. We just did a really simple sentence saying, due to traditional considerations, roadside memorials is prohibited, you know, and I didn't want to say that for family plots because when you are in those meetings, you know, those 4-night meetings, and they talk about it, then you come to realize that they do talk about the old ways, how it was done, and in my mind, I'm thinking, that's a family plot burial, what they're talking about, by designating, you know, the two persons and let them handle the things. And so, you know, those when you look at our dish chop policy, it's talking about the old burials. You know, it's not talking about the new ones that we're doing if any family traditional burials are happening right now. It's not talking about that. And so, you know, my older brother, my younger brother here always says, "Dobes era," you know, and that's what comes to mind is we say prohibited, but then it's on the keko. You know, if we really think about it, what our elders are saying, then that is a family plot. So how do I reconcile it as an attorney, as a person, a Navajo from here, and then try to formulate that into a regulation? You know, that's the struggle, and so that's why I just wanted to just say that I can't in Chicago. The debate is really meaningful. So thank you.
It's something that burdens not just the family. You're gonna catch a family ni koko amma ja to shin in konde catch it and this and then he family deep ni ha ni that's who we see as family. That's the reason why the meetings that what Roger spoke about, and they there's a purpose for that. So all halit alandos, keto halit halados ni in here with and hiyajit tujat ashmat whatever simulation with kinship is spoke about there. Nibble gonna catch a quiet and that credit ado they in the more over ito ado don't get percent no ado but if they watch it you know what say you know things like that. And that's the impact that I'm talking about. Lead it in there. Into that of course. So hey, lead in that. The naturally in that he takes the identity. And when you go to these places, you don't see, like the spouse being the spokesperson. They select certain people. It's a critical thing. You just don't pick anybody and say, quiet, kidoli. Kaya quiet, kidoli. Hajob and hat, whatever, a big thing. A bash, and then later, he can't die. Whether it's, how, right now, how people are bearing, how we're bearing our people here. You're following this our Navajo-ness of family in Hike. It's not going to impact this sex, it's going to impact the whole thing. Of course, twin native, and not just in that, so I can come before I even reference that. The sage that's your article. When you saw it in don't stitch it, don't stick off, meet your kid or stitch it off, they have art. The never told us the G laugh at even a lot of sergeant before you stick. As an example, that's what I saw when a former chief of police grabbed his badge, took it off, and did that. God damn, because it's bad. Need so because you're sticking me. That was my thought. I don't know if the general public or Navajo people thought about it, or leadership thought about it at that time. Yashbin's me. They never chanced these things. They never chanced the Zane on me. So, no, I just told you. Everybody Yashbin. If even none, they go the net, I was now, because I thought initially, it's still. I knew that's a house arc. And I just like your shorty. I need this net non cut. I think nothing. A bad shit not me. And now it's that. On this case, this case. But this is just some of my internal thought of it. About this case. That the little got about this case later that she said he found later found the honest under the credit that sure we can have honest. On this case, I showed that it has been lit. How they should buy. I should ask kid in it in the I should speak age in the things like that, things like that come across. Those are just some of my thoughts, and our people. I tell my constituents, so finish. I need to put on hard issue. Instead, quite a road in there. The net, there's only careful speed. Even the 8 hour name his RBD. I on the top of Sunday artist. Not as far as it's not a issue. Now in last. What's that? Actually, don't know, to that case. I don't have patient. Don't know in the Haga. Are they high consciousness check? Net. Are they even net? Then there's none there, but consciousness. And his cast it up, so just push that. In the never day, he cast. Then there's none there, but you're cut here. Don't be counted with people that are counted dead, technique in there. And now, what's happening there? I think he's cut. Take out and that. 2 cents to it, and, you know, that I bring to this table. Thank you, Chair.
Shahad, you know, sitting from here, I do appreciate all of the, members of Resources and Development Committee and their, you know, inputs and recommendations. I'd like to go ahead and just proceed, and ask, General Land Development Department and Roger Brigade, if we were to request to have you take this out for public hearing, would it be attainable by the end of this fiscal year?
Before October 1st or September 30th? I don't think so. Yeah, we have.
October.
Let me give it to, Mr. Khan here.
Chair, members of the committee, there was, during my time working here a couple of, councils ago, there was, public hearing held with regard to, a major discussion about changes in Navajo land law. And, in that situation, the individual tasked with doing the public hearing was essentially the legislative branch. The Speaker's office was called upon. And it involved quite a bit of work. Not that the topic to take such a topic as this out, and that one too, required a lot of individuals who could spend the day doing what needed to be done. And involved a lot of people from the Speaker's office. And the primary work had been done by the Division of Natural Resources with regard to the language for proposed amendments. But the actual work of taking it out and presenting it was spearheaded by RDC with the help of the Speaker's office. It was a very big task, and it was well received. The people, when you do take anything out, when we saw that, people were happy to be there. Of course, this is a different topic, totally. But there are, of course, as has been said, there's different types. Navajo people who have different upraising. They're raised, how they were raised, whether traditional perspective or non-traditional perspective. They're all Navajo people. But just to say that the bulk of the work of the actual taking it out is setting up the tables, fixing the facility, getting the systems was essentially the Speaker's office, and then the RDC essentially chaired it and took turns chairing it. But if it's more than one setting, that is a lot of work. But information was provided.
Also, Chair, when they did the mission site regulations, it took a long time. It took probably like a year to get, like she said, just to get everybody out there, to get the facilities in place, to get of course there was I think there was 5 throughout the whole Navajo Nation. So it will take a lot of logistics, a lot of planning, and I don't really see it being completed by September 30th, but maybe by the end of the year. But that's just me thinking that way.
I'd like to go ahead and give the floor over to, Mr. Leonard Gorman. Are you still on the call? Star 6 to unmute.
Uyatesima. Aro is not like here. Kudo si so nature this so and hinanis inil zaniki pachotis ash. Upon the tsagi ya kudo atanahotes si. 就是变你啊，可多是内的在一起，就是啥子呀？打一起，变那天，变的烟就long，就是那是变那天的做生了。可多你是你个呀，去哪是的你是？是参加看的不是人。sa dan nisle mai deskis ne da sai da danken na dan nisle ado deschini bas chin tiste kadi das chopi betoni das nalle nreineslen hol jede da isi nasha tro izanda has nisle kwa masanya to smada kwa kida hot inde kun de kuje tsga hot zanige Shalchin bilkast toachane dat. Ogdi kudo be hilta huilne do ba bandat iniki ala anisi da nisle do bandet in do no do na beki ya just hit da nisle. Jo konte kati jint init aid. I see Benina atanti khe ao liego nge ko je ho soje sao da ba khaz shi beke da stiki donna da beke iki aj ka in de jata nend zo cho ego besot de da stop na lo Chon Hans de Kai. Then she na re na kid the million tragi don lay cut the million tragi in el echo na hat na kizat dan desert. A kunela has this a tahi gate a peso nel taigi. Oh, kodo isi pansi kisto listen sukuye. In Sandy Kodoni, he all in Lini. Jo bin nicht ja, ein Hausenige, Radokodo, Mr. Orosoya, Natze. Ben here hotels in the Nayan here sen. Jo what are the Nanitle? Bin nicht ja, Sahi nit. Daron his zad, stop. Bin nicht stop, Sahi nit. Od alla nishinik en liniki do you nhalchine dat eida. Din he ol ish nlini do benabenil tinda do bi nilta. Adon hizadi shot ahut do benabenil tinda do bi nilta. A quake I see now igot. Oh do bansas keso deregulations. Because ani bi yazin lindo lisha New York al ego niki ashode ado ya kon do the nan lini ko da ya beso hat atish nini bacha il en ashode halado ayu do dago khanti do beso obazata hikid oko nicht akodon he commission Steve Darden holia na nispan nilia ado peso pelaketot na re loose foundation holia oda na nisiti listed no ashit out na ya in liniki yota ito hit ya ben hat to bears ani holon but no oko HK ni nil to katiko sarnat abeti niniki hisna in daily at que how not only yati ko na al kidin liniki bigini nello benist an hidden yahos and dolish at the now dolls so hun hit the house of syndicate yahons and dolish do get it dolish when sego ye ogonata at adi chin that ahuda and not that dish and that to the no ya could ya to in haligo bay a down nilsen Nick Ainley ish teaching it ish in got that con hit just take it on his Stiga delti godt. Og hva ikke bansas keso. De korona la nishin light out del de ni edo light out de ste. Ediki chananzen godt. Hajla halet ado lich nizzen godt. Do korona hos do de belkakis lagaiki akotek hosiki obe zata hi kedo edo bedeshni de natli dot anogata. Our Liego or Bacon a dandy Kadebane Kagot out. Oh, Hodoban Saske, so the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission, a ya laid out a Jacob on that Zandolish. Oh, Kodani Kodo Dina Ray, Hanana Zedeki Izite, Aj Nobe Ayunda Zoegi, Nihidoban Sobansaski is all about Honatza, Kodol a Yahan a daily yago. De kwayo niniki eye be jego kudona Nation Human Rights Commission that based edo lich in sukoban saskis. Oh, de kuda the chair of the commission niki which hanandish atat skileko kwela yandat edo kwela hita ijo bonat zado lich la the snego asian shahan and lido lich kuzugo Professor Jennifer Danette Deal do Stephen Darden Jihan and the state. Okay, it also so over about this and so I don't today here at it that she's not sound. She get to Tashi here.
Goshi, Sheha Ado, Mr. Gorman, for those thoughts, Lidigi. So basically, hey, Zig on the Banting cases, it's Ado, Sheha and Hago Kodo. Sato in Chinan is it yeast of Niniki at Nebezaja Bahane. And le gadget nice car shop. She cross up on a draft object. Mr. Gorman.
Oh, Bonnet, that your cat is getting a dateness. Sans use a good than it's late or age not coco. Did the movies Kanyata that did need na which are a left anata who is like Ipinina. Ogunagena the moko Hagita Benigaki Katahiti no coco Hashinza the don nati na kidde Katni nish the sneaky Bazona Kidamora say dolish. I yet a nihiki do anan shindagil inki Saos Kanle. A heart at the litabati no, or Asian bazo donal indigo, bananas your sense.
Goshi, Joe Codon Ziniki Aya, Nishinat Ani, Human Rights Commission, just as a Dahigi large Codon Jacatish wasn't from Human Rights Commission. So Codon Zi A Jahad Zi Le de Hana Ada Tuisani and Sad Bishop Chehadot Asli Zenigi and the Halonkish Lido Ku the Hashim Sogo. So here Yadik Abe has Ani Behadi Yato Ebe da only show she lay not going this car. The Nago Quagaba Queens and no. Article Ilyago Sabon Nate Zadonson, Ado, and get presented outside Yidosha not Ani no Sinigi Resources and Development Committee members. On lady, Elsa, Bechohod, Ado, Baby Honna, or Yat Eto Shashinson, the Koa A Naso for the Shire Edo, Head Adan, Linigi, and take head out of the Kutaji, Le. Nadine Schlatter Nadis Kanata and Kit no. So any total Jansen and read the Nature Equodentato, Nek at Haidigi, Don de Ea, Lenigi Ados, Jo Eliada, Ado Quagi Ea, a Conna pandemic in his Kihol Go Kadna Ayo Kut Aba, Nahan now, the Nashitita Kat. He cheats that the banana Kizeta. Go find Lily Book for Nahas Tip. A call Kodiagon so bantification as Ani no Senigi. A coho de Kodot Aide. I die quiet sad linigi beha or the stop na chigo. A yard sad linigi beso le age the family plot kodo Bella is lido naso no neji e tendo gi ado sa mishna de yo e hedo ado babella na ile no ako dida I thought a family plot kata hadet ana e ya kodo Kijk, ada is daar biedt zo. Kod de eentje hoort na hade e kod a family plot dat has ado even dat je in linie kod je kea the state owned Navajo Nation Land Department biedt nini e bespe hazindo. Our edo die general land development. Ado inda na kella e ya di de le funeral homes biedt nini e sto arjen ada han sogo. Had ya bebasten nachdien lede gut an na hote wolle had ya do basten la da di don hapo ne da no gut an sapi do so gi sto ko quiet September the 15th 2023 go special meeting RDC say ha test quiet open the dosko Later, the next nahon now in the Jokodon Jikat Dishwashin Hislinki not Ani from Human Rights Commission. Article Epohane Zado Koben Nacha in Linigi E Ya Sho. Kajo Nanish Ilya. So could on Linigi E Ya Akota E Ya Bakunisen. A coho Lini E Ya Dana. She so Dohit Ads and Linigi. Ban si kiso do. Ako kut la kut in dinigi kodo naso ne kut an dot so lay the ganja not hasin asabik aja o hon jijo non nishi the public hearing seat ninigi ada ya don't know what it also hanai ka in da ada not dot for Adashi the Hajo Bilan only. For what 2 more months and holding this back, we just want the rightful process to be done again and allowing public hearings back to the 5 agencies. Because on they need to Bansis case Ashanat Anido Adan and Hanas Nishigi, Honorable Club.
Madam Chair, I just wanted clarification. So Mr. Gorman and the Human Rights Commission will be part of the public hearing to do the interpretation. What the understanding is?
Kodo Mr. Gorman, Kodo Zinigi and they're willing to draft a PowerPoint presentation. I'll put Ani Mr. Gorman.
It's going to be based on these policies.
Kodo Bahasiki Jut Atishiniki Adet Silich Naldashin Lina Roderick Yahad Ziki Joban to the case on Natio Atl Anapinaz loud Nash Ego at East Island Jinzenko Yalkin son Papantas case. Din hik en linigi do ad os iltich ya atita yo lesh okay. Okoko din kakon ben ya hitchi kao. That is dan si klein jis town. Had is in the dots ish. Ye ikrastolish. Is ni benen lindolish. No, but okay. Even if Taban just case I didn't Rodrigo John. I let unlated the net also Jago at the tra. Yo Eliago, I decorated the Nagan House town. I let a hit that it la. Allah Nishi be Lagana need long. To hit agota. Ntil kista singot ako na jota nanitle ako eke ni sasa laking here or inch nilin ko piniltapansa case the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission dan ko nil inko o da ni zhe do chung igo bi lagana ya ni hin istil o ebini shida ni o ha yujin hik a dog o kwa ike na nil adenek acho ol iliki kut ela kut au joina antinle o sani jinda halne kude ade bada hasne halet au und atator ne big au is schließen no da ja ni neidig kitle gut kishi se atsni kudo hilka ijego kwela edenek acho on yahuda yasla o kwaige tebe lakana bizak echo is ani yaje tel nehgi la kwela ayo petisha o ya la hitet italla jo nini kishi be khahuni tsendolil adi keswot ko jon swai kudo pan saskis o kwaige shi ba odo Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission ki ijego bohna tsato le kut ala nzunuko ni heten na pasala yat elen le ha o chilte nzuno itesendo le tinke ol il jo hat nik ya kodot ado le bandit on digit national adet seasonal saigi ala nisi kodona nisudani kliniki belakana kaso chi kosko o yot o just ane khate ya gapane khlet ani hote ida bahazniye wit inle a kondet nek so tso kosiki zono ki honaz lanat le kot a konde because the theodate ya
Koshi Shaha Honorable Otto, are you willing to do the public hearing? Because majority critical upon this case, so okay, 5 years has exhausted. Ado binyet kina istahadinza honjish. And I understand the public hearing aspect of it, where yes, RDC members are going to be blamed, and then you think about the other side of the line where so the public hearing, and that has never happened. And so where is the medium of this? Where's the middle part of this? And then there's always that refinding part to this policy on the council. This is not going to be set in stone. So Kodonish Cage not ani so the Bebenan at all land board bidi nini do farm board bidi nini do I thought that ni do I thought kunat so say not di hiki I thought Italia from every region e sheikha in later to kik e the nato job is not just nato ado cheto linikin hasta not on ni lini le chapter meeting the nahi taho. For me, they give me more than 5 minutes. They give me 20 minutes to talk and audit the hajoba nahanna. Ako kwaike off adidas be kodo la AOT ne ake the family plot. The grandfather in the dorlis. I thought with Abbas in the house. I need those funeral home. The Sadigi Pajo Pito Zohi. Kodon da initial dated at September 15th. When I used car Aden Linigi Bezati Lish. Ako article shan the dos so. Ako des akut on Linigi the dos ado in the epe or nisho. Le nana khai the she Aden Lini show. Di kwaigin Lini Hajo Undo Asiki. The put on Lini Bans case, a coho, kodosha not ani linigi ninch ke kodo ashonda nkha biketi tito kodo linigi ke di kaso son ke tade eta ashonda e kwana ninch kaso are even that linigi shi kodo jahi be khadini na ko e kwaje ot abe starting dish aqua.
I think, yeah, if we're gonna move forward with it, we can. We just agree to disagree, and it comes back to there's things. Those are what trees are doing there. Even Rodney, they're not gonna say, "Oh, Rodney, I didn't." Yeah, what's your name there? This is the boss, awesome. Hard shit. Not better. Nizi can't be wished. No, not shit. Okay. They didn't trouble until after 10 dollars. You can't be written down. You know, come back to you. So, but what I'm getting to is that the final authority is here. We know that there's some public hearings that happened, but it was geared to region officials and the chapter officials and so forth. And I really hope that it will address a lot of the disagreements that's happening out there. Like one, out of my area, where they put a burial within about 200 feet of a relative's house. And Navajo police did not respond. No grazing officer did not respond. And then more companies came in and buried the individual in like 15, 20 minutes, and they were gone. But that's what I'm getting to, and that's what a lot of Navajo people are getting to, and that's addressing a lot of these disputes. And but she's saying it as we move forward. But thank you.
I hope this is also applicable to Indian allotment land. Okay, Greshi. So with that, I think we had enough discussion. Rodney, please take a roll call vote on this report.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, before I go to roll call vote, I just want to make sure that I have it clear that we're going to have the update meeting on September 15, 2023 regarding the regulations without the memorials and without family plots, but with the recommendation provided, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is accepting a report from the Department of Justice, Natural Resource Unit, Chapter Unit, and the General Land Development Department on the Navajo Nation burial and cemetery regulations for final consideration. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excused. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excused. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Excuse. Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Motion carries, so we'll do a revisit on the 15th of September. Okay.
Manager?
Yeah.
I'm going to motion to defer the last report to the next meeting. Or,
The fair one.
whenever it's.
Oh, wait,
10 minutes.
Yeah, if we can just get a,
I thought we had something.
quick report.
Madam Chair, the last report would be the report from Heritage and Historic Preservation Department. That's the last report.
That was the first, that was the first.
Okay, then.
The fair, the fair.
Okay, yeah, let's go talk about it, get happy.
Okay. So item letter E, report from the Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Navigation Fair Office on the logistics and related matters for the upcoming Navajo Nation 75th Navajo Pearl Anniversary Fair. We do have presenter, I think Mr. Halona left, but we do have Mr. Leo Watchman and I believe the fair manager.
I repeat,
Hey, gonna be here.
Madam Chair, we get started?
Yes, we do have the floor.
I got no questions.
Well, I appreciate the time. We'll be as quick as possible in reference to the upcoming event. First, I want to introduce our interim fair manager, Mr. Ed Miles Harvey, and maybe he can give a little spiel, and I'll just get right to the what we're planning, and also what we're inviting, and take questions from there. So maybe Mr. Harvey could introduce himself and get us going.
Bushy?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ed Miles Harvey. I'm from Salina Springs and Conwood, and I drive from there every day. For the past couple events we've had, I've helped out our previous fair manager and agriculture staff with logistical coordinating of everything on the fairground, coordinating with fire department, police department, EMS, and then making sure that we're complying with OSHA. So coming into this event, our previous fair manager and his assistant resigned 3 weeks ago, and so since then I stepped up to the plate and decided that I could do this. So for the past 3 weeks, it's been a strong learning curve for myself, but I do feel confident because we do have a phenomenal staff, and not only that, but partnerships and collaborations that we're able to develop. And so we are coming into this fair with great hopes of success, and a lot of confidence. So I do feel really good about this. There's a lot of wonderful things that we're doing on the fairgrounds. NDOT, ADOT is helping us out, level out a lot of areas and bringing in limestone for wheelchairs, and then ADA accessibility. And then also, I am installing turf for the Powwow grounds and the Song and Dance grounds. That will be coming in tomorrow. Our main attraction is the rodeo, but for me, it's safety all the way around. So my job and what I'm doing is just making sure that everyone is comfortable and that everyone has access to restrooms and food, and that everyone has foot comfort. I am working with the Speaker's office to identify a tent. We have, and so that's going to be right by the Song and Dance. The problems I experienced last year that I noticed is that elders undergo heat stress far more than anybody else, including newborns. So I want to keep elders kind of close together, and I'm doing that. I'm walling all of the tents so that we can have ACs inside and also access to water, and then also chairs and controlling the rest. So yeah, there's a lot of cool things that we're doing. It's just a matter of It's just a matter of making sure that we're ready, and I truly believe we are.
Okay? Yeah.
Madam Chair, I guess what we gave out is, we have a fair magazine, we also have posters, basically highlighting the Navajo Pearl anniversary. So Pearl goes with the 75th annual. We do have a concert series, we're planning to have 5 different concerts out there. Indian rodeo, PBR, all of the traditional events, song and dance, fried bread. We have some new events out there that we invite everyone. Some of the things that we're trying to do is fill the gap. It is going to be a 9-day event, and there's some gaps to be filled, but then nonetheless, it might give us a chance to catch our breath, because the first weekend starts out with PBR and concert, and then we have our series from there. Miss Navajo, they left the grounds a few years ago, post, I guess, pre-pandemic. So they're the second year back and have been gone from the grounds and for about 5 years. So we're happy to bring them back. The parade route's still the same. The big thing is post-pandemic, and I know we're wearing masks. I know there's a fear for that right now. So Ed has had work as our logistic and health person, and our guest would be the exit and more of the logistics person in the past. So one of the big things, and for not to say we're wanting any kind of tragedy, but the emergency and those responses. I know in big events and like more recent, the ceremony has experienced some scares out there. So we've been meeting with our exiting emergency planning, and like tomorrow we have a meeting. You're invited to our last fair meeting before the event. We also have a meeting with our security, law enforcement, on Friday. So that's a big issue. I mean, how, something happens, a shooter, those kind of things. Or even, I know that in the past we had limitations with pandemic, so we are cognizant of that. We are promoting masks, is one of those things, but it's really hard. People are gotten used to that, and it's really difficult. But nonetheless, there's been a collaboration. Ed didn't mention, but there's a collaboration of a lot of help that hadn't happened before. Like the executive is really helping, as well as the legislative, and then all of our entities. They're either sponsoring or partnering with us. And he mentioned Apache County, those kind of things, and then the enforcement, including other tribes that are going to be helping us on the grounds and so forth. But I guess there's any questions. I know we had some change in leadership, but I think that's probably has brought more collaboration for our event. And again, I think for the opportunity to present. Again, the event starts. It's a 9-day event, and the packet goes over what's happening. There's some token of complimentary invite, and hopefully you'll get out there. So you're welcome to take advantage of this weekend or the other events, during the course of the week. We in terms of some new things out there, one of the things we hadn't done ever with the fair is we have online sales for tickets, and which there's some QR codes in there. You can just click on there. You can buy a ticket, and we will have like you would have at other places. We'll have scanners that will be ticketing. So we're not going totally cashless or ticketless, but then we won't. We're trying to promote that. One thing we've found is that there's been a lot of sales, and we probably sold about 5,000 tickets cumulative for all our events. So we already have that money in hand as we move forward. But the fairs have always been a cash culture, and with that, so we're hoping that that continues with that combination. We'll have a better shot of what our revenue is going to look like, and again, we're trying to keep our pricing down. We didn't have the pricing in there, but if there's any concern over pricing, we did not go up from the previous year, and all of our venues, you can't really beat them with the type of entertainment. I mean, a $25 concert ticket is unheard of for some of the acts we have. So again, it is a celebration and keeping with tradition, trying to bring entertainment to Navajo or Indian country, Navajo, in our case, Navajo land. And the lands we have, I know we're trying to appease to the I guess the appetite of all of our, goers due to, elder. So keeping that in mind, there's a few things in there might be a little different, that, we invite you out. Maybe, take some competition, maybe fry bread contest might be your liking or something. So, those kind of things is an invite. So again, we feel confident moving forward and the leadership on all sides. The fair is for everybody. So we try to maintain that, and hopefully, my slogan, right now is once it gets going, you gotta you just gotta hang on, because you can't really stop it. But then again, you just gotta manage, how things move along. One of the things that we're trying to do, I'll give you an example that some of the innovative side to our younger staff is they want to have a bike race, and they're in the actual pedal bike race. They're in the parade before the parade. Try to get those goers that are waiting for hours for the parade to come, so they're going to have some competitions. Those are some of the things that they're thinking about. Again, it costs money to do these things, and I appreciate it for the support. But at the end of the day, it's probably we're trying to collect money as well. So I think our pricing for our venue is fair. I mean, but then again, we have a lot of entertainment, and it always we're cognizant of the entertainment dollar each household has. So again, that's what we're presenting. Any questions of myself or Ed, or we do have. Been waiting here, and I've got about 3 or 4 coordinators waiting for us for some kind of visit right now. So I'm not pushing the time here, but I think thank you again for the opportunity to present. And going back, some of your oversight, and then sometimes it's always brought up a fair commission, those kind of things. But in essence, you're welcome to come out and participate, maybe be a judge, or just be recognized. Thank you.
Thank you for your report, to Mr. Harvey. The first question goes to Honorable Claus.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey, for stepping up to the plate. I'm very proud of you, coming from Central Agency, and then also your family support. Mr. Watchman, thank you. I know I did question in your budget the $200,000, but now I see you are making good use of that money, so I want to say thank you for that. And then for the listeners online, you have to buy a copy of this fair magazine. This is just a beautiful production, and I do see our artisans in here. I even see one from my own community, Mr. Ravis Harvey, and then also we have our youth in here, Dior Greenwood. She developed a stamp, a U.S. postal stamp, and that was recognized. So we have a lot of talented individuals, and then when I look at the fair schedule, there's jam-packed with activities. And then the big thing is the concert. I've been hearing about, these concerts, Ja Rule, Ashanti, Low Cash, and I'm just like, am I getting old? And then some of them I don't even recognize anymore. But, I'm very, very thankful, because that is, you did take into consideration our families who don't have very much to spare, but you're making it reasonable for them. And I'm glad to hear safety is your priority. And if there is any way that RDC can help you, we're here to help. I know I'll be helping with the butchering event, so I guess I'll be put to work that day. But if you need help with anything else, just let us know. But I just wanted to say good job on the 75th Navajo Pearl anniversary. And they always say, things happen for a reason. So for Ed Miles, for you to step up during this time of the Pearl anniversary, that's a significant achievement. And for you to take that on, I just want to say I wish you well. And to Mr. Watchman, thank you for your exceptional leadership, as always, during the fair. And then also to all our divisions and departments, I know that during this time, a lot of them put their budget into these events, and at the end they get chastised for spending money, but it's worth it when you see the smiles on those grandparents' faces and the children's faces, especially if they can't afford things like free giveaways, like maybe an umbrella or a little fan or a bottle of water. So everything helps our people, and I'm just so thankful that you did your report, and thank you for being so patient with us. So with that, Shade, I'll turn it back over to you if you have.
So she's got, Honorable Otto.
Well, the Navajo Nation Fair is something that, my view is that we have to protect. We're the largest tribe in it's not the universe, the United States. And, you know, the output to Indian, you know, they done when Indian leaders across the United States come in, such as the Apache tribes, our neighboring tribes, in that case, their goal is to, hey, how do we top the Navajo Nation? You know, with that, we go down to tribal fairs across Indian country. You know, they're unique. You know, you look at Crow Fair. It's 9 days. You see the 1,000 TP capital of the world. But you know, at the end of the day, you know, we have this, and the eyes from Indian country is on us. And I'm glad that with this schedule and with the performances and what is going on throughout the festivities, it's properly planned, especially the rodeo. You know, that's the season that brings them in, and you know, really like the aspect of the PBR coming in, and it's a game changer. And this thing, if we get to a point where we could really improve the festivities, and maybe one of these days we could be the host of the INFR, you know, the bigger rodeos out there, and you know, there's much prosperity that's happened here in Windward. Since, you know, looking at, you know, what if Department of Agriculture, you know, builds another hotel there right on site there, or the campgrounds at, you know, just those things. That way it's a walking distance for certain when people rent there and things like that, you know, conferences, you know. Those are just things that's thinking outside the box. And Jonah, you know, it's just something that we have to protect. And that was always my position, is that we have to protect the fairs to a certain degree. That way, that carries the name of the Navajo Nation as a whole. Whether it's Northern Agency, Western Navajo Fair, or Central, or you know, our other fairs. You know, the history behind the Navajo Nation. Or on the Tackler Show. Thank you.
Honorable Otto Still. Vice Chair, you have anything to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to, you know, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for stepping up and on your responsibilities. And this is a good, got some good shows. Megadeth is going to be coming out in wheelchairs. And I'm just kidding. But yeah, just, you know, just thank you, and, you know, I know this is, whatever we can do to help you guys, you know. Just want to, like we said, you know, something that we want to keep going, cultural tradition and stuff like that. We all come back together. again, thank you for your presentation, and have a great time, and be safe out there, and
Although, Steve, I know you're, probably have your individuals that want to meet with you, waiting for you. I just want to commend, the team, because I was at your fair meeting last week, and how it was so organized, and how the aspect of safety was made a priority, and having the, law enforcement, there, and in discussion in regards to some of the events or the issues that have happened with ceremonial, and just really looking out for our constituents at all age levels. Although, making something of this event, I'm sure it takes a all-year planning, but I'm sure you condense that 1 year into a couple of months, which is something to pull off very well from Pago. And thank you. And, in terms of issues like insurance, we just want everyone to be safe out there, and that the Navajo Nation has our, area covered in terms of insurance, just for liability purposes, but that's the only thing that I want to stress. Other than that, I just want to thank you and your team, every individual on this list, and probably even more to the partners that had donated to make this happen this year. So, and I just want to say, keep up the great work, and again, just like we've all said here, that RDC is here to support you. If you're gonna get George straight in, you need $6 million next year, you come to us.
It's 2.6.
Yeah. So again, thank you, and, so that pretty much concludes, and so, if no other questions or comments, I'd like to go ahead and just, take the report to a vote on Ushikahi. Oh, may I get a motion? Motion by Honorable Otto, and second by Vice Chair Johnson. And with that, take it to a vote, Ushikahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is accepting a report. Report from the Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, and Navigation Fair Office on the logistics and related matters for the upcoming Navigation 75th Navajo Pearl Anniversary Fair. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Alonso, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Alonso votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
With that, motion carries, and thank you, Fair Office, Department of Ag, Mr. Watchman, and Mr. Harvey.
Motion to adjourn.
Real quick, number 6, old business, none. And then close of meeting, any announcements? Fair Office, fair starting next Saturday, so the only thing I can say, adjournment, we did have a motion on the floor for adjournment, and a second, may I get a second?
Division Natural Resource is hosting the barbecue on Thursday. The 7th, I believe it is.
Oh, okay.
Free barbecue, we'll probably serve 5 to 6,000
What time?
families. You're welcome, come join us, to mingle with the crowd and serve and help us.
Okay, what time does it start, Wes?
Noon.
Bushy?
At noon.
At noon, okay. So with that announcement, Division of Natural Resources will be hosting a free barbecue on Thursday, September the 7th, starting at noon. So bring family, please spread the word. So with that, we had a motion by Honorable Otto for adjournment. May I get a second?
I like that.
Second. Honorable Claw. With that, can we take a vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is the roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Alonso, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Alonso votes green. Madam Chair, that is 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, with that, motion carries, so we adjourn at 5:17 p.m. Thank